promote the level of safety concern and measures in all the sectors of Nigeria as applicable in the air transport industry. Government places more concern in the air transport industry for more than other sectors. In the next couple of minutes, speakers, including keynote speakers, will address the breadth and depth of this challenge. My main message of this conference, therefore, is we must not relent in safety advocacy. Education sector, it is not about setting up learning senses, but all that is required to avoid such incidents. We are not tired of setting up panels that grassroots positive results from such panels. Let us safety protection of a single indivisible entity. Tell government it is time to make a safety a priority for any project start. It is time to tell all oil and gas industry to do the needful. It is time to tell the oil and gas marketers no uptime. Safety department, no movement. Federal Road Safety Corporation should be up. We must revive temporal trend and job families and communities of our friends, our neighbors, our loved ones. Training, protection workers to face the most dangerous work and the fewest protection. We should from partnership with diverse organizations. We have a very cool program, so let's get started. We are about to hear from speakers and a panel of personalities who will frame the challenge. Designed to help us learn from each other. Yeah, the sponsors of this conference, Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation Limited, Nigerian National Corporation Limited, self-start donation from individual and groups. Finally, I will not fail to appreciate my president-elect, who has been at my back and for. Good morning and welcome, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. A round of applause for Mr. President one more time. All right, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I want to recognize the presence of some of our special guests. The very first person is the chairman and SP chairman, and is in the person of Rear Admiral Abolaji Redo. Please, sir, could you stand up for recognition? All right. The next is Air Commodore Sani Zachary, retired. He's the Director of Sergeant at Arms, National Assembly. Sir, please, can we recognize him? And I also want to recognize the presence of Dr. Lai Idris, the Executive Director of Services, Kaduna Refinery and Petroleum. Thank you. You're all welcome. All right, progressing nicely. Next on our program of the event is the address by the Global President of American Society of Safety Professionals. And that address will be here, and I will plead the indulgence as we all pay.
Hello, fellow safety and health professionals, not yet. I'm Brad Giles, President of the American Society of Safety Professionals. It's exciting to welcome you.
Just a little addition to our special guest before we get with that. We have our Region 9 Region Area 2 Director of the American Society of Safety Professionals, in the person of Camille Abiodun. Please, can you stand up for recognition? Thank you, Your Honor. All right. Once again, can we proceed with the address of Global President?
Hello, professionals and honored guests. I'm Brad Giles, President of the American Society of Safety Professionals. Exciting to welcome you to this great professional development conference. Nigeria chapter, this is one of our society's most active and engaged chapters around the globe. We're all advancing the work of safety and health professionals across Africa. Thank you for being here to further your careers and your employer purpose. During the conference, I know you'll find solutions to confidential safety challenges, areas such as risk management, industrial security, fire safety, and loss prevention. The educational sessions and play a vital role in safer, more productive work environments, fewer injuries, illnesses, and fatalities. Through these improvements, you'll help organizations do better business health. Throughout my career, I've benefited from attending industry conferences just like this one. It's a great way to learn about best practices, industry trends, and related to product innovation. This valuable event is about answers to 136,000 global members will work for a stronger future. Our jobs as occupational safety health professionals are among the most important careers in the world. Together, we're making sure workers return home safe and healthy to little ones every day. Keep up the great work. It's really appreciated. Those of you who are team members, in this month, they don't turn the next 3 first. Thank you for making this conference a priority in business schedules. It takes all of us together to elevate occupational safety. Enjoy the conference.
All right, thank you, our global president. Even if you're not here, we are happy to receive your address. One thing I took into account is when he mentioned that the Nigerian chapter is actually the most active around the world. And so we need to give ourselves a round of applause. The evidence shows that, because if you look at the trajectory, we have just gone up to the point that we are recognized. So anyone who is part of this branch should be part of it. So before we go ahead to the next event, I want to present the presence of past presidents. All past presidents, the first going to call is our immediate past president in the person of Mrs. Mercy. The second I will call, that's the one just who handed over the baton. I'm going to call on so, are you now or? Okay. Engineer, please. We have earlier recognized Camille Abiodun who has progressed to be our Area 2 director now. But we will not hesitate to recognize him as our past president as well. Please, can you stand up? Thank you very much. And let me use this opportunity to welcome not just only our delegates who have made it even in the difficult phase this first scarcity, and those who had to fly. And if you had to move from Lagos or Port place, you see that the price of flight has gone up astronomically. That's notwithstanding you made it. There are also those who were able to make it using road. The same thing. So I want to welcome everyone here. Thank you for making this to happen. And let me also welcome our student members who we know the situation of our students. Can you please give a round of applause for our students? These ones are not working, and sometimes they have to rely on what is given to them. But however, because of the pandemic, every one of them has to us. They had to be here. So I welcome you, and I hope to meet some of you in person. So the next
just say your
event
just tell him
on our program is going to be the very one that we was looking forward to. And particularly when this was showcased, I said I want to be part of it. And I believe that every professional here seated is looking forward to that. And that's going to be our very first keynote address. Before I particularly announce the name of this speaker, please let me crave your indulgence to give you a brief of who this person is, so that you can really appreciate the caliber of thing person bringing up. He is a behavior-based safety consultant for over 25 years. It was during this time that he realized the human factor and critical factors that were involved in over 95% of all intentional injuries. From this stage to error pattern, he developed the 4 critical error reduction technique in safeguards, which are now being used in over 66 countries by more than 3,000 companies and 4 million employees, students, and high-performance athletes. He's also an author of Defense Movement, a different perspective on serious injury, and co-author Inside Out, a different perspective on safety management with his colleague, Gary. He is also the author of Safety, a traditional behavior-based observation program, and Safe Start Performance, extending the concept to quality, productivity, and customer relationship. Over the last 50 years, this particular speaker had had 100 articles published in safety magazines around the globe. He is the moderator for the quarterly Connection Expert Panel Series in North America, Middle East, Europe, India, and Asia. He is also the host of his own show, Larry Wilson Live Show, our bi-weekly show with leading health and safety experts around the world. Do you not agree that this is a full package that we want to know what is in it? Please, I want to welcome to the podium Mr. Larry Wilson, author and CEO. Welcome, sir.
Everybody, took 4 years here. First year, I was all set to come here. I was out skiing and broke my leg, so I couldn't make it. Also didn't think it would look really good, sort of hobbling around on stage, talking about safety. The next year, as we all know, COVID hit and the world shut down, and we didn't even have the conference here. And then last year, I couldn't make it. I did the session virtually. Some of you may have seen it, the defenseless moments. And with any luck at all, we'll see something coming up on the screens later. This is kind of a follow-up to this, but because I know that not everybody got a chance to come last year, I'm going to make sure that some of the content from last year's presentation, the key concepts, principles, and everything are also included. So even if you didn't make it this year, it shouldn't be too much of a problem to follow along. And for those of you who were here and got to see it last year, you'll likely be sort of caught up with some of the new stuff as well. This talk, confidence, complacency, and fatal injuries. The counterintuitive nature of serious injuries and fatalities. So let me just start by saying, if you got on a plane to come here and the pilot said, I'm really excited because this is my very first flight, how many of you would be a little excited? Not the good kind of excitement, not the Christmas kind of excitement, birthday kind of excitement. This is kind of the kind of excitement Mike and I went through when, for whatever reason, this PCR test wasn't coming through and we've got less than 2 hours to check in to get on the flight. That kind of excitement, you know, the not good kind of excitement. Yeah, we all hate. Would you want to put somebody who's never had any training operating one of your, or even one of your forklifts? I mean, even if the plumber came to your house and he said, this is going to be the first toilet I've ever fixed, I'm thrilled. Unlikely. So obviously we need competent tradespeople, we need competent operators, we need competent pilots, and so on. But as you become more confident, like something like driving, whether it's on a motorcycle, two-wheeler, or a car, over time you also become more complacent. And as I'm trying to show you in this presentation, sometimes confidence is combined with enough complacency. It's not your friend. In fact, it can be a deadly combination. So are you all familiar with what I call the graph? You may have seen this graph before. It has been bandied around at safety conferences for the last 3 or 4 years. And as you can see, the recordable injuries have come down, but the serious injuries and fatalities have not. Now, this is more than just the United States and Canada. It also includes Europe, most of the other countries in the world where they're actually recordable and fatal injury death. Now, if you're familiar with this, and I'm sure all of you are, according to the theory, if we shrink the bottom of the pyramid, then the top is going to shrink proportionally. This didn't happen. Why? Well, there were a lot of theories out there. And one of the things I did with these expert panels, the very first one, the expert panel, people from Procter & Gamble, ABB, Shell, ExxonMobil, Bill Corporation. I mean, some of the people that I would consider not just prestigious safety professionals, but in my opinion, safety professionals who actually have their heart in the right place. They really are for the good people, not so much just the good of their people for our head and food, which I know that. But these are all people that I thought had their hearts in the right place. And we started doing them in North America, then Europe, then the Middle East. And I'm hoping after this conference, we can also start once a quarter with the expert panels with the safety professionals in Africa. Hopefully some of you will be kind enough to join me in some of those panels as we tackle some of the most difficult questions. But this is one of the most important or most difficult questions. Recordable injuries have come down, but serious injuries and fatalities have not. And I'm speaking for myself here, but I'm speaking for everyone that really care about everybody.
I don't know.
Now, I don't know if any of you have ever had to go up and knock on somebody's door and tell them that their husband or wife is coming home. Logging conference, Vancouver Island. Now, you don't know Vancouver Island, but it's got lots of mountains. So they're out there with 3-foot chainsaws, 1 meter, cutting down up to 200 tall, whatever that be, 60-meter Douglas fir on 40-degree hills. It's pretty dangerous work. The manager who introduced me, he said, I don't know if any of you have ever had to go home and tell somebody's husband or wife that they're never coming home again. But what I have found the best way to do it, think about that for a second. What I found the best way to do it, like through trial and error, he's done this so many times, he actually knows the best way to do it. Now, as soon as he said that, I got the hair standing up, and I am going, wow. He said, what you got to do, he said, is you got to knock at the door, and very quickly you've got to say your husband was killed in an accident today. Then the first thing they do is they hug you and they start crying, and they push you away and they start trying to get you coming around, grabbing on your legs, and you've got to just stand there until it goes away. And then you've got to try to explain to them what we did. We tried to help, what the emergency did, how everything that possibly could have happened did happen, but it wasn't enough. I would only take me a couple of those, and I'd be like, you know what? I think I'd go get another job. I may even go back to Hollywood. I mean, that's a great career, but it's certainly better having to go and knock on somebody's door and tell them something like that. So this is really, for me, something near and dear to my heart. Okay, so this is, if you will, the marketing piece that went out to the world about this. It's common knowledge that serious injuries and fatalities have not come down over the last 10 years the same way that work injuries. There have been many theories put forward, but so far, for most companies, it's been a struggle. Again, so one of the theories, which makes perfect sense, if you look sort of 2000 to about 2010, is that you went in the safety profession, lost time accident became the be all, the end all, the only KPI or metric really cared about, to total risk. Now, there were some good reasons for that. People were bringing folks on stretchers so that it wouldn't have to count as a lost time accident. So they decided, you know, eliminate a lot of the fudging, but do it, they make it to total report. Okay, so when you look at a musculoskeletal injury, shoulder strain, back strain, something like that, it's a reportable injury, and we focused a lot on that. Okay, but then the next sort of thing here, going back to it. Was the theory or model of serious injury causation flawed, or is it because we just haven't been working the system properly? So these were the questions that I asked the expert panel. So the first one was, you know, we're not executing the system effective. And about 25% of these experts went back and looked at what they were doing in terms of high voltage, high temperature, high pressure, working at heights, fine space entry, high toxicity, all of those sort of things. And about 25% of the group went back to re-examine their procedures, high voltage, working at fine space entry, etc. The other 75% went back and looked at what, and there really wasn't anything wrong with their procedures. They didn't need to rewrite their lock and tag procedure. There was nothing wrong with the fine space entry procedure. so they're like, well, you know, that's not going to do any good at all. Certainly not at the next fatality. So they started looking for new solutions, if you will. For those of you who got the book last year and actually read it, in chapter 4 or in chapter 5, I started introducing some of these new concepts. And we also have some books out at the stand for those of you who didn't get a book last year. Okay, good. So like I said before, according to the theory, if you shrink the bottom, then the top will shrink proportionally. Right, Mike? But one of the problems with that whole theory was that it was improperly visualized right from the beginning, okay? So in other words, it isn't really a triangle or a pyramid. It looks a lot more like this. And we'll get into this a bit. Now, some of the data we knew that basically recordables to lost time was about a 10-to-1 ratio. And a 10-to-1, you could probably say that's random chance. Or, but if you start looking at the personal risk pyramids, and I'm going to go through that with all of you, we've been through this with over 4 million people, you start seeing a little bit different numbers. Most people in the course of their lifetime had about 10 minor serious injuries and around 5 major injuries. But if you look at cuts, bruises, bumps, and scrapes, it's more like 5,000 to 10,000 over a lifetime. I'll go through this with you later. But at 1,001, at 1,001, hopefully we should be looking for an assignable cause, not just random death or luck. Okay. So let's look at this pyramid. Okay. So the blue area is there's not enough hazard energy there to kill you. The blue area is the musculoskeletal injuries. Now, you could have a serious back injury. You might be off work for 2, 3, maybe 6, 9 months. But it's not likely going to kill you unless, of course, if you went to the operating room and the surgeon makes a mistake. Then you could pop. Now, if you look at the yellow area here, you could amputate a hand, you could amputate a foot. That's not going to kill you. So let's look at just the red area here, the fatal injuries. Okay. Now, in this area here, we just look at this. We see the same thing, only a little bit expanded. So now, just looking at the red triangle there, the skinny red triangle, and we're going to assume here that nobody is intentionally trying to kill themselves so that they're on the job. There are 3 possibilities here. One of them is the person didn't get the benefit of the reflexes. The other one is they didn't get a quick enough reflex. I remember reading in one of the papers reports, the guy said, yeah, I saw him, but I saw him too late to do anything about it. And he hit the guy in between the car and the garbage truck, and that crushed the man and it killed him. Now, the one in the middle is the one that we're with, and that the reflex is irrelevant. You fall from 20 meters, it's not like we can imagine whether you get it out or not. No. So we tend to focus on the red skinny triangle. Okay, now let's go up here. Okay, so what happens if we reduce the red triangle 50%? Or the reflex was irrelevant. Hopefully you can all see that that doesn't mean you're going to get a 50% decrease in fatalities, right? And so that's been one of the problems. We've been focused on that skinny red triangle. Okay. So what we're going to look at here is where there was no reflex or there was just a partial reflex. Okay, so everybody I'm sure knows this theory, right? You've got to have least one source, always multiple factors, but you need at least one source of danger, a hazard or some hazardous energy. Pretty hard to get killed in a straitjacket in a rubber room. Not that I personally know, but now you've obviously got to have a person or person, and something unexpected has to happen. That sets off a chain reaction. And the theory used to be that exactly where you ended up on the old risk pyramid was, whether it was at the bottom or whether it was at the top, was just a matter of luck combined with the overall amount of hazardous energy you were dealing with. And this much is true. I mean, you know, a 1 meter fall is better than a 5 meter fall. It's better in your head, yes. But what about whether you got the benefit of their reflexes or not? How much is that going to affect the impact on the person in this pyramid? So let me just ask you, how many times so far this lifetime have you had the benefit of your reflexes? How many times did you hit the brake really quickly, jerk really quickly to avoid hitting another car or pedestrian? Could you even begin to count those? How many times do you think you stuck your head in an open covered door? How many times do you think you've almost lost your balance, but you managed to recover it without actually? So how many times have you had the benefit of your reflexes? Hundreds, thousands, or tens of thousands? And just to give you a little hint, if you only use your reflexes 3 times a day, that's 1,000 times a year. So for me, just take my age, 39. You didn't all laugh really loud, anyhow. And then multiplied by 1,000. Now, whoops, go back. Okay. Would you be willing to drive anywhere, motorcycle, two-wheeler, your car, if you knew that you weren't going to be able to get the benefit of your reflexes? So go ahead, Mike, play the video. Now, I took this video for a different purpose. It's the only time in India that I've ever seen everybody wear a helmet on a motorcycle. You can go to India many times. I bet you won't come back with a video like this. But would you even be willing, with a helmet on, to drive without benefit? Okay. Would you be willing to do medium risk work without the benefit of your reflex? This next one here, what the first responder told me is that when the guy heard the guy in the pickup truck heard the horn honk, he knew that the whole truck was going to move. He couldn't get out of the way. He dove between the 2 front wheels. Like his life. Okay. So if you look at industrial safety, it is primarily about the interface between the hazard and the person. And we've got procedures, engineering control, administrative controls, et cetera, to deal with those hazards. Personal safety, on the other hand, is much more about the person and whether or not they get the benefit of the reflexes or to help them get the benefit of the reflexes. And it's also about the possibility of something unexpected. Now, when you look at industrial safety, most of you are familiar with the Swiss cheese model, right? We've got the hazard, and then we've got the specific control measures. Not perfect. Sort of like the holes in the Swiss cheese. And if deficiencies in the specific control measures all lined up, we get the unintended consequence or the incident, right? Now, on a personal safety basis, when we look at personal safety, I can guarantee you that people do not make their personal risk assessment based on specific control measures, whether it's measures line up as with the cheese model. You don't know anybody personally, your husband, your wife, whoever, personal risk assessment. Right? We all make personal risk assessment based on the possibility, the probability of the expected event actually happening in the first place. And I know for some of you, my English might be a little difficult to understand, but I bet you can all complete the following sentences. Don't worry, it'll be all right as long as nothing goes wrong. It'll be all right as long as we don't make any, and it'll be all right as long as we're all caring, right? That's exactly how people make personal risk assessments. So consider we're basing so many of our personal risk assessments on the possibility of something unexpected. It surprises me to find out that most people haven't actually thought about it. Database, there's only 3 sources of unexpected. Either do something unexpectedly, somebody else does something unexpectedly, or the equipment breaks, fails, or malfunctions, and it does something unexpectedly. Now, so I don't get too many arguments from people about the 3 sources of unexpected events on a daily basis. But when you start asking people, what are the percentages? What percentage of accidental acute injuries are caused by the equipment breaking or failing unexpectedly? What percentage are caused by the other guy doing something unexpectedly? And then what being left over in the south area? You get all kinds of stuff. A room of even 30 safety professionals you will likely find in that room will carry like more than 50%. So some of you have a pencil with, some of you certainly, probably everybody has a phone. If you wouldn't mind, write down, well, a second here. The next thing I wanted to ask is, if you could mind, what do you think your coworkers would say if we asked them exactly the same question? And then if you could, just write a line down in the middle of the piece of paper, put S for S-O for other people, E for equipment, and write down what you think your numbers are and what you think workers would say if we asked them the same question. And if you don't happen to have access to a pen or paper, whatever, just put it all mentally, so it's the best guess. Hopefully the best guess is 33, 33, 33. Already got enough politicians in the world, we don't need that. Well, you can. I tried to find reliable data on these 3 sources of unexpected going back to 1992, and I really couldn't find it. And my son at the time, my oldest son at the time, looks at me and he goes, "Dad, why didn't you just Google it?" And I said, "Because, Taylor, in 1992, there was no internet." Now, you want to see a millennial's eyes bug out, just tell them there was no internet. Thank you. I mean, kids, we asked kids in North America whether they'd rather have a better. 78% they'd rather have a. Now, when I was 16, that car, and you get that car. The more I started to get people to pick their own personal risk pyramids. And one of the reasons was when I looked at the data, you could see that the data was actually gets filtered at the source. I mean, you really don't know whether the guy fell asleep at the wheel, or whether a dog, deer, cow, kangaroo, I've even heard crocodile, ran out in front of them, and that's why they had to swerve, and that's why the car rolled over, or whatever. But we all certainly know when we fell asleep at the wheel, or whether significant muscle strains. How many of those have you had? 5 to 10, 11 to 15, or 15 plus. And the average for the first 125,000 people is 3 to 7 major, 8 to 12 minor series. So I don't know if you'd be higher or lower than those numbers. Probably one of the most interesting. How many cuts, bruises, bumps, and scrapes? So, like, how many times have you said "ow" or worse in reaction? Yeah. And a lot of that, when you ask about, say hundreds, because it just thinks they're out on light. But if you get thinking, you start thinking about the first 10 years of your life, pretty quickly, you start to conclude that it's thousands. One back. Most little kids have got somewhere between 10 to 20 visible cuts, bruises, bumps, and scrapes on. You go into the drugstore or the chemist, and you want to buy a big box of Band-Aids. It's going to say family pack. It doesn't say single young man, single young woman pack. Those are little weenie packs of Band-Aids. A family pack is because you're going to end up needing a whole lot of Band-Aids if you've got kids, right? Now, if we just use 10 a week instead of 20, just for easy math, 10 a week times 50 weeks in a year times 10 years is 5,000 right there. 5,000 before you're 10 years old. Now, you still, on top of that, you still have to count all the things that happen to you as an adult. Banging your shin, stubbing your toe, dropping something on your foot, falling down the stairs or falling up the stairs, even more embarrassing. Not seeing a stop sign or a red light and blowing through the intersection blind. And I'm not talking about a very yellow light or a pink light. I'm talking about when you just didn't see the red light or the stop sign period. Falling asleep at the wheel or almost falling asleep at the wheel. You know, those really long blinks when you weren't sure how long your eyes were shut. Turning or bumping into something or standing up and banging your head, hitting your hand with a hammer, cutting yourself with a knife, scissors, or razor, burning your hand, arm, or wrist, spraining an ankle, knee, wrist, or thumb, straining your back, neck, or shoulder, or falling into or onto something hard or sharp. And most adults have experienced all 13 of those. And if you think about things like banging your shin and stubbing your toe, or cutting yourself with a knife or a razor, most of us couldn't begin to accurately count how many times that has happened. So now, people are freely admitting somewhere between 5,000 and 10,000 cuts, bruises, bumps, and scrapes. So as I said before, if you're just looking at minor to major, 10 to 1, you could say random chance or luck. If you're looking at 1,000 to 1, hopefully you know enough that that's assignable cost. That's not just random chance or luck. Okay, but probably the most interesting category on the whole personal risk pyramid is how many potentially fatal close calls have you had so far this lifetime? How many times, if luck or reflexes hadn't been with you, could you easily have ended up right at the top of the personal risk pyramid? So what do you think that would be? 1 to 10, 10 to 20, 20 to 30, or 30 plus? So I just got to ask you guys right now, because I used to have a motorcycle when I lived in LA. How many of you folks here have driven a motorcycle? How many potentially fatal close calls? Exactly, yeah. All right, so the average, with 80% of the people's hands in the air for this, was 30 plus potentially fatal close calls. So we've all been really lucky, but perhaps not quite as lucky as these people. Yeah, just walking away. Now, these guys just robbed a bank. Okay, so like I said, we've all been maybe not as lucky as those bank robbers, but we've all been lucky. And obviously, if we could replace that luck with skill or with 4 critical error reduction techniques, I'll explain those in a second, we would all be a lot better off than just hoping we're going to keep being lucky. Okay, so let's just come back to the serious injuries because those are usually the only ones you can remember well. Thinking about birth, I used to say in the old days, stitches or worse, right? How many of you can think of a time you've been seriously hurt, stitches or worse, because the equipment or the car you were driving broke, failed, or malfunctioned? Like the wire rope snapped, the hose burst, the seal failed, traffic lights started working incorrectly, that kind of stuff. And if you here have an example. Usually a room this big, you'd see about 2 or 3 hands in the air. Somewhat unusual that none of you do have, I mean, you know, statistically, okay, but usually 100 people, you get about 2 to 3 hands in the air for that. Keep going back, Mike. Right. Okay, other people. Now, when you ask about other people, okay, you have to factor out sports where the other person might be intentionally trying to hurt you, even if it isn't part of the game. And you definitely have to factor out sports like hockey and American football, where it is part of the game. Those aren't unintentional injuries. But if you are the passenger in a car and it was in a wreck and you got hurt, stitches or worse, unless maybe somehow you could have reached over, grabbed the steering wheel or hit the brake, I don't know what you could have done about it. So that would definitely count in this category. But again, well, I'll just ask, how many of you here have been seriously hurt, stitches or worse, because the other guy did something unexpectedly, not including sports? Yes, I should see a few, usually 10 to 15 hands per hunt. Now, do any of you have more than one example of being seriously hurt by the other guy doing something unexpected? Because usually you got to have about 500 or 600 people in the room before you see that second hand in the air. But if you've got just 30 people in the room and you say, how many of you have been hurt, stitches or worse, at least once in the self area, you'll get over 90% of the people in the room putting their hands up. And now,
if you bring it down to the cuts, bruises, bumps, and scrapes, and you say, so how many times when you banged your shin or you stubbed your toe, did the coffee table do something unexpected? How many times when you cut yourself shaving, did somebody bump into you? Now people are freely admitting 97 to 99% of the time, it wasn't the equipment and it wasn't the other guy, which is consistent with what the British Safety Council says about auto accident causation, a little higher in North America. So 97 to 99% of the time, it wasn't the equipment, it wasn't the other guy, it was us. Which, like I said, not what we normally hear in terms of a coworker. Okay. So, can you think of a time you've been hurt in the self area when you were actually looking at what you were doing? You were thinking about what you were doing, including the wrist. You were aware of the line of fire or what could be coming at you, and you were at least conscious of losing your balance, traction, or grip. Now I know there's going to be a hand. Okay, now, can you think of a time you've been hurt in the self area where you weren't rushing, you weren't frustrated, or you weren't overly tired? Just that filter alone is good for 50 to 60% of most people's injuries. Now, before I start talking about complacency, it's a difficult enough word for folks even native English. But in other languages like Spanish, Portuguese, and Russian, it means excessive or foolish confidence, which is much more like the second stage of complacency. But everybody understands the concept. When you first start doing something like riding your bike, it takes 100% of your skill and concentration just to balance on the bike. And if you're like me, you probably fell a couple times too. But after a while, we get the hang of it, and we will all come to the first stage of complacency where the fear or the skill is no longer preoccupying, which means that your mind is wandering. And what's really interesting about this first stage is that you don't give your mind permission to wander. It happens without your permission. It's not like any of us have been driving for a couple of years and we said, you know what, I got this, so now I can drive on autopilot if I want. But we all did ended up driving on autopilot, and none of us made a conscious decision to do it. And I'm sure most of you, like me, can remember a time where you drove home from work, you opened the car door in the driveway, and you're like, holy smoke, how did I get here? Because I wasn't thinking about it at all, right? And you're kind of a bit surprised. Now, you go along a little further in time, and you'll come to the second stage of complacency. And this is where most of us are with the car. If we've been driving for any length of time. We don't get in the car scared, but you nearly get hit by a big transport truck coming down a hill, blowing right through a red light, easily could have killed you. Okay, well, now you're thinking about the risk, but it required that external stimulus, like the transport truck. I don't know whether its brakes weren't working or whether it didn't see the red light, but we're now thinking about the risk, right? But it required that external stimulus. And when people get to this second stage of complacency, unfortunately, it can really start to affect their decision. So have any of you ever heard this before? Oh yeah, well, I've been doing it for 20 years and I've never been hurt yet. Yes. How many of you heard that last week probably from somebody? Yeah. Well, you can probably bet that person's just a little bit past that second stage of complacency. Okay, so when you get to the first stage of complacency, the reason you can't stop your mind from wandering is because there's a part of your brain called the reticular activating system, and its whole job is to filter out noise. Literally, the noise of the birds in the trees, so our ancestors could hear the rustle in the grass, know that was a snake, and get out of the line of fire. So we are hardwired, programmed to filter out anything that isn't new or different, important, interesting, or pleasurable. They all did manage to procreate, right? So, when you When you get to the first stage of complacency, when you get to that first stage, you can't really stop people's minds from wandering. Now, we can give them tools to efficiently help get their mind back on task, but you can't stop it from wandering in the first place, okay? However, if you're not thinking about what you're doing, then you're not going to be expecting anything unexpected to happen. You're not going to be on guard. And now, if your eyes also go off task, that means you're not going to see it or see it coming, which means you're not going to get the benefit of your reflex. And in that moment, you'll be defensive. However, like I said, once you get to that first stage of complacency, you can't stop people's minds from wandering. However, you're not going to be thinking about anything unexpected happen. So now you're in a bit of a rush. Well, you'll likely be thinking about why you're rushing or what will happen if you're late. You don't have to be overly frustrated, but if you're frustrated a little bit, you'll be thinking about who or what is making you frustrated. And the same thing for fatigue, you'll likely be thinking about when can I take a break or get some rest or maybe even some sleep. So you don't have to have a problem with rushing. Some people do. You don't have to have a problem with frustration or anger management, although some people do. And you don't have to have a problem with fatigue. We all do. You just have to be in a little bit of a rush, a little bit frustrated, or a little bit tired. That will be what you're thinking about. And now, if all of that causes your eyes to go off task, you're going to have more and more defenseless moments. And as I said at the beginning, as you become more competent, say you've been welding for 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, every one of those, you'll be able to do more and more of it without necessarily needing to think about it. The same thing with driving, right? So as you get older and more confident, you're going to be able to do more and more of it without needing to think about it, which means that you're likely going to have more and more increasing frequency of defenseless moments as you get older and as your confidence improves along with your experience. So, this was the most dreary research I've ever done. I don't know if any of you have ever read 400 fatal injury reports. Not the summaries, the detailed reports where you get the whole thing from the person, the government official who went to do the investigation. I'm not going to go through all 400 of them for you. I found personally I could only read about 20 a day. It just started to get too depressing. 58-year-old male, self-employed worker, was replacing floodlights on a home. He fell approximately 13 feet 4 meters. He died from his head injuries sustained by the fall. 20-year-old male asphalt construction worker died when he was struck and run over by an asphalt truck driving in reverse, speed of approximately 9 miles an hour. Emergency responders found a handheld temperature gun and Bluetooth communication device near the deceased. 21-year-old female college student was working as a summer hire lifeguard, died from a lightning strike. I'm willing to admit her reflexes wouldn't have done her much good in that particular situation. 55-year-old male dairy worker, farmer, died. He lost consciousness. Go ahead, Mike, one more. And the emergency responders found the deceased lying on his back, lodged partially under the pump and tightly against the pit wall in approximately 12 inches of manure. That's a crappy way to die, pardon the pun, but that's awful. And then one more, Mike, if you would. 65-year-old male pipeline station operator died when he was struck by a train. The train was traveling approximately 44 miles an hour. It appeared to the locomotive engineer that the decedent was looking at his cell phone. One more, if you would, Mike.
53-year-old male commissary production team member was carrying an empty bread tray back to his work area when he slipped and fell backwards onto the concrete floor, striking the back of his head, and he died a week later. So, first question here, which graph is correct for the 400 fatalities in the study? The numbers are their ages. So the green is less than 29 years old, the blue area is 30 to 40, and the yellow area is greater than or equal to 45 years old. What do you guys think the correct answer is? A, B, C, or D? Correct answer is A. You know what? When I first started this career 30 so years ago, I was up in the Canadian oil patch. I was selling safety training videotapes. I hadn't even got into behavioral safety. And of course, the theory was that, people needed training, incompetent workers died, because they didn't have any safety training. That was sort of the mantra at the time. And, I was selling safety training videotapes. And this field safety tech, older guy though, he looks at me and goes, Larry, training isn't the issue. I don't know what when we told him. He said, the young guys get hurt more than the old guys. It's the old guys who die. Now, I knew that from a safety tech 30 plus years ago. It's taken till now to get the data to prove it. Okay, so the old guys died. Okay, Mike. Now, this just before the last road trip, before COVID, started in Hamburg, Germany, which is just on the North Sea, if you're familiar with the geography. And we're doing an implementation for a company that does maintenance on a wind farm in the North Sea. Now, this is typically what you'd think of as high-risk work, right? I mean, rough area, rough conditions, they're obviously working at heights. I mean, this is the classic in the red area stuff. Saturday, but the session is Monday morning with their senior leadership group. Saturday afternoon, one of their guys was unloading a small fork truck from the back of a flatbed transport truck. He fell 1.5 meters, hit his head, and died. We had to open up the leadership session, just like we did today, with a minute of silence for the man and his family. Not the cheeriest way to start off a session, but certainly being able to offer people a solution, or at least a big part of the solution, at least made me feel a lot better. Okay, so the next question here. Which graph accurately reflects the role that a reflex might have played in the fatality data from 2013 to 2019, the 407 reports that I read? The green area is where a reflex would have helped or lessened or prevented it altogether. The red area is where the reflex was irrelevant. In other words, it wouldn't have mattered. And then the gray area is where the government official, the regulator who went there to the scene, there just wasn't enough information that they could actually put together all of the dominoes in order of the cause and effect. So, it's not the hardest question given what I'm talking about, but which of those graphs do you think is correct, A, B, or C? Well, somebody said C, and I would say, well, you're so close. The correct answer is A. 47% of the time, a reflex would have prevented it altogether, or it would have lessened it. So, when you look at your industrial safety management system, is there anything in there that helps or enables your employees to get a reflex when they do it? I asked this question to Anthony Penapinto, the Senior Director of Health and Safety for Procter & Gamble globally. And he said, no. I said, Anthony, don't you even want to go look? He said, well, Larry, I wrote most of the manual. I know it's not in there. And he says, I know nobody else has anything in it. So obviously, this is something that we need to take from personal safety and bring into our industrial safety management system, because it is really important when it comes to preventing serious injuries and fatality. Okay, so one of the easiest things to start with would be some safety related habits with eye contact. Okay, so there's 5 safety related habits on the screen. Which one of those habits do you think would help you personally, on a personal basis, the most? And they're all important, but which of these 5 habits would help you the most? So I'd like you to, I'll read them to you, but I want you to pick one by the time I'm done reading them that would help you personally the most. Look at and test your footing or grip before you commit your weight. Look carefully at anything you're going to stick your hand into or rest your hand on. Move your eyes first before you move your hand, feet, body, or car. Look for line of fire potential before moving, blind corners, blind alleyways, things like that. Or look for things that could cause you to lose your balance, traction, or grip. So which of those 5 would help you personally the most? Well, for me, my number 1 would be number 3. Move your eyes first before you move your hands, feet, body, or car. But a lot of this, having done workshop after workshop, like thousands of them, it varies depending on what the person does for their job, okay? So for instance, people who work at heights will normally pick this. Look at and test your footing or grip before you commit your weight. Motorcycle riders will typically pick number 4 as their number 1. Look for line of fire potential before moving. Blind corners, blind alleyways, things like that. Industrial mechanics will normally pick number 2. Look carefully at anything you're going to have to stick your hand into or rest your hand on, because quite often they have to stick their hands into places where they can't see very well. And then mothers and construction workers typically pick number 5. Look for things that could cause you to lose your balance, traction, or grip, because at a construction site, there's usually cords and hoses and a lot of stuff. You got to watch where you're walking. And if you've got little kids, they may not always clean up all their toys and clothes and everything. And so again, if you're the mother, you got to make sure you're watching where you're walking. Now, this is my order here. Doesn't necessarily mean it would be your order in terms. All of those are important, but it's very difficult to work on 5 things at once. So what we ask the employees to do, we say, hey, pick whatever it is for your number 1, and then when you can actually get that to habit strength and start working on whatever you picked for number 2, and then whatever you might have picked for number 3, number 4, number 5, etc. Okay. All right, so can you think of a time, like we said, you know, where you didn't make any one of those 4 critical errors in the self area? And then we asked them about the 4 states: the rushing, frustration, fatigue, or complacency. And so what you find is that it's 97 to 99% of the time, it's one or more of those 4 states causing or contributing to one or more of those 4 critical errors. Now, that doesn't mean you're going to get hurt. It just means you've increased the risk of getting hurt. But the key, sorry, I might go back one bit. The key is the pattern. The states come before the error, which means we can use the active states, the ones you can feel in the moment, the rushing, frustration, and fatigue, as a trigger to keep yourself from making a critical error. I mean, you can tell when you're rushing going faster than you're normally used to going, you have to make a conscious effort to do it, right? Otherwise, you'll just walk at the speed you normally walk or drive at the speed that you normally drive. Same thing with frustration. You're going to feel the frustration whether you want to or not, right? And with being tired, you can certainly feel it as well, although it happens to us once or twice almost every day. We're going to feel tired. But you can feel it in the moment. So as soon as you realize you're rushing, instead of thinking about why you're rushing or what's going to happen if you're late, or is there another plane that might be able to catch tomorrow, all that stuff, instead you want that first thought to be eye, mind, line of fire, balance, direction, grip. If you were going to teach this stuff to your kids, and they were running for school or they were running for the school bus and they're worried about what am I going to tell the teacher? She's going to send me down to the principal's office. Am I going to get in trouble? No. You got to teach them that first thought has got to be eyes, mind, line of fire, balance, traction, grip. Then you can think about what you're going to tell the teacher. But you get hit by a car on your way to the school bus or school, you're not going to have to worry about school today. And twice as many children die accidentally. Children use accidentally workers every year. Twice as many. So that's your first and probably the most important critical error reduction technique. Learn how to self-trigger on the state so you don't make the critical error. But that will only work for the active state, or if you will, the ones that you can feel in the moment. Complacency is like aging. You don't feel older the next day than you did today, unless maybe you went out and partied a whole lot the night before, and then you might feel a lot older the next morning. But you look at a picture of yourself 10 years ago, you can definitely see the age, right? But you can't feel it in the moment. But as I said before, the complacency leads to mind not on task. So if you're not thinking about what you're doing, then your behavior will be what you do normally or automatically or habitually. So we're going to get people, they're going to have to put some effort into their safety related habits that we discussed before. Okay, so we get some people, we get them to put some effort and they're actually trying to improve some safety related habits. Like looking over both shoulders before you reverse the car or before you change lanes. But if you add enough rushing or frustration to the situation, the chemicals that are released in your brain will hijack your amygdala and you'll come right back down to the subcortex, or what you may have heard referred to as the reptile or the lizard brain. This part of our brain is 250 million years old. This is not the part of your brain you want to be using when you're deciding, should I marry this girl? I don't know if you've seen these 24-hour wedding chemicals in Las Vegas. I don't know if you can see the sign. They even got a drive-up window. No. How much would you bet those marriages are going to last? Okay. So, like I said before, you add enough rushing or frustration to the situation, it will hijack you right down to your baseline habits in your subcortex, the ones that you first learned. So as soon as you can start learning these things, the better. And we have been teaching these concepts to children in Canada, the United States, Latin America, Europe, and India, and all over the world for the last 20 years. And go ahead, Paul. And hopefully very soon in Nigeria. Okay. So, like I said, the self-triggering technique is sort of the most important, because otherwise, when you look in a rush, you may not look over both shoulders the way you normally do. So that's why I said the self-triggering is the most important. The habits are also important. Okay, now, the third technique is looking at others for the patterns that increase the risk of injury. I said before, you can't stop people's minds from wandering. That doesn't mean you can't give them efficient tools to bring their mind back on task. Now, when you see a really bad car wreck out there on the highway, for at least a little while, we're all a lot more mindful of the risk out there on the highway. And seeing that bad wreck helps us to fight complacency. But as bad as the highway is, and as many wrecks and fatalities as there are out there still aren't enough on a daily basis to fight complacency. Okay. However, if you start looking for state terror risk patterns, they're everywhere. But they got to be different. Like if you know, I can say and follow. When I started seeing these people riding the center line, my RAS is just lighting up for them. But if you grew up in Manila or Mexico City or Mumbai, this is just business as usual. Your RAS is going to filter that out, no problem. Okay. Now, hopefully, you don't see something like this every day. And if you did, you'd likely be a little more mindful when you're walking down the stairs, maybe even put your hand out to hold the handrail. Okay. So the reason all of this works is that you're not always in a rush. You're not always frustrated. You're not always tired. It's not going to get filtered out by your RAS, which means you can self-trigger, use your prefrontal cortex, and hopefully you will not decide to go to the 24-hour wedding chapel. Okay. The last technique is you want people to be able to learn from the little mistakes. We all learn from the big ones, but we don't have enough big ones or serious injuries to put the pattern together. But every time you bump, bang, or even just momentarily lose your balance, ask yourself why. I mean, you don't lose your balance every minute or every hour, sometimes not even every day. We all do a couple times a week, sure. But it's not every minute. So why this time? It's one of the things the safety professionals have a really difficult time. Somebody has been working and negotiating with that happen for years and years. I remember being on a radio show in Australia, speaking at the conference there. And this other guy, Peter Noy, was saying the man was getting off a big D8. It was muddy, it was rainy, there was poor lighting in the area, slipped and fell, and he blew his knee on his ACL. And he's talking all about the hazard. And I said, how many years has this guy been working? He said 25. I said, you're telling me it's never rained 25 years that he's been working? He says, well, no. Well, how did he get off of all those 25 years? Blowing his knee on? He said, what's the point? I said, the point is why this time? He said, no, the point is the hazard. The hazard should have been fixed. I said, well, you want to fix all the hazards in the world. What do you think you have down? What are you going to do down? Anyhow, so the first thing. You don't hear me all right, though? All right, let's get going. So when you momentarily lose your balance, okay, ask yourself why. Was it a state like rushing, frustration, fatigue, or complacency that you didn't self-trigger on quickly enough? Or if it was mostly complacency leading to mind not on task, then it's probably a safety-related habit that still needs more work. Or you're going to have to put a bit more effort into watching other people for those state terror risk patterns. Now, the other part of this technique is asking yourself how it could have been worse. And when you ask yourself how it could have been worse, if you momentarily lose your balance, instead of going, oh, that's weird, look around. There was some grass here. There was a concrete sidewalk here. You had to hit your head in the concrete sidewalk, come back to the pin. And just that momentary bit of thinking about how it could have been worse is also going to affect your overall level of complacency. So if you can, go to mindfulness. When you start thinking about this, neural pathways are created that associate states and the critical areas with danger. And what happens is when you start rushing, you're going to start feeling exposed. Best way I can explain it is like when you're watching a movie, you know something bad's going to happen because the music changes. But in the real world, there's no music. But you'll start to hear the danger and you can feel it as you start to rush, because now you know that it's a risk. But it takes a lot of training and repetition The only way to train your subconscious is with repetition. It doesn't matter how smart you are or how smart you aren't. It matters how many times do you get the repetition. Okay, so we've got the 4 critical error reduction techniques. And if we use that, then we can replace the luck with the 4 critical error reduction techniques. Will this new theory and potential solution, the critical error reduction techniques, be enough to change this trend? Only if we get these concepts to the world. And so we have 4 videos and some coloring activity books that we've made for children to teach them these concepts. We're going to be going to a school here in Lagos next week to actually showcase this to some of the school kids here. We even brought some of the coloring books and crayons for them. And you know, my goal is to try to get this to every child, every worker, in every country in our lifetime. Now, it doesn't take a lifetime at your company. The culture change takes more than 1 year or 2 years. It takes at least 3 to 5 years. We certainly don't have time to explain the whole 4-year curriculum that we've developed. And we certainly don't have time to talk about all of the activities that go with the training. Rate your state, where you ask them, go back one, where you ask the person on a scale from 1 to 10, how much rushing, frustration, fatigue, complacency are you dealing with so far today? And then after about a year, yes, we'll extend that to, well, let's think about the next 24 hours, just the next 24 hours. What's the most expensive mistake you could make? What would be the most time consuming? What could be the most damaging to relationships, whether those are inside or outside customers? And obviously, what about serious injuries? And then the last part is the traditional observation and feedback process, where you go to engage the worker at the job and try to improve the job, the safety, whatever you can do for fail safe or eliminating the hazards or the risks altogether. But we will be talking about this in depth next week. We're doing the first train the trainer here in Nigeria, in Lagos, Wednesday through Friday next week. And hopefully we can see all of you or some of you there for day 1, if you can't make it for the whole 3 days. We have information at the booth that you can come by and get it. But everybody, thank you very much for your time and attention. Thanks for waiting 4 years, to get here, but thank you so much.
Thank you, Larry. I'm quite impressed. For the first time, I had to appreciate the benefit of reflex. I never knew that quite a lot of the time we refer to it as near miss. But actually, the reflex has been doing a lot of job. And there is one other point he made, which I personally take into consideration. The 2 stages of complacency. We know what that is. Most of the time, I've always looked at it from the first stage, but now it goes in deeper. Complacency is a big problem for safety professionals. And in the industry, it's something we have to work at. Then even if you go to your homes, you can also recognize complacency. Larry, I want to say thank you. That's a lot of technicalities. I will go back and review it. A round of applause for that. Thank you.
Thank you all.
All right. Thank you for the kind way all of our delegates and our distinguished guests paid rapt attention to Larry's presentation. All right, I want to call on Camille Abiodun to, if it's possible, to just join me on the platform here to introduce an important guest. Camille, please. Once again, I want to say good morning. My chairman of today's PDC and the entire special guests from the various guests that we have here. Again, my name is Camille Abiodun. I'm the area director for American Scientific Safety Professional, looking over the whole of Africa and Mexico. I came in for this conference today. I'm a past president here in 2014. I work in the diaspora, and I'm happy to be here. We are having a synergy here. I've seen the conference grow. I've seen agencies of government. This is the second section we're having in Abuja, and we are tying into the agency of government. But I tell you, we have a special people here. And the next section, we will be working with the real agency that we belong. We are diaspora. We're members of diaspora. Our mission is for advocacy. The diaspora was set up in Nigeria for one purpose: unity, to promote peace and development with a goal: constructive engagement of Nigeria with the diaspora for sustainable national development. We are the one doing the national development. Let's give ourselves a round of applause. The Nigerian chapter of the American Society of Safety Professionals. And today we are here. We are tying to that goal, and we are tying to that mission to effectively promote, harness the capacity and resources of Nigeria in diaspora for growth, development of the nation that we belong. We are thinking global, and we want to act locally. Nigeria is going to be in that level. We will be leading that front in safety management globally. It reminds me of that section we had in the Army after presenting the paper in Las Vegas by my humble self. And the ILO said, we want to present that at the World Safety Congress. Why? They were shocked to see that zero accident can really be achieved in a construction site in Africa, managed by Nigeria, who has gained that experience in the diaspora. It is tying into that mission, diaspora effectiveness. And we're able to achieve it finally, basic solving block, and we've been able to achieve one of our greatest partners, the Nigerian Diaspora Commission. I will humbly want to introduce to you today the dignitaries that is here present, our long-standing agency that we want to tie with and be able to promote our diaspora members that are here today. We all came from all walks of life. We're working globally. I'm registered on the diaspora platform based on where I work. And at times I keep thinking, where should I register? When I manage projects globally, manage in Ghana, manage in Equatorial Guinea, manage in the US. Now I'm managing in Saudi Arabia. That's okay, let me just put Saudi Arabia here today. And it's good that I'm here to present to you, Honorable Abike Dabi Erewa. A full-bred Nigerian, a powerful politician, born in Jos, representing the Ikorodu constituency of House of Representatives in the National Assembly. Unfortunately, I'm from Ikorodu. And unfortunately, she's my neighbor. Thank you, man. You see, when you throw stone into the market, what do they say in the alley? You don't know it's going to meet your neighbor. I'm a member of the Abiodun family. So we've never met since we are together. But I just know that I have a representative that have the interest of me working globally at heart. Honorable Abike Dabi, you're welcome today to the American Society of Safety Professional Nigerian chapter. And thank you for the good work you're doing for us. You're welcome. Nice to see you.
Thank you, my neighbor. Did you say unfortunately or fortunately?
Madam, I'm an engineer. I don't want to see the two sides of it. I'm an engineer. I only know mathematics. Fortunately, Thank you.
Thank you very much, my brother. Thank you for that beautiful introduction. And by the way, you should be registered with the Nigeria Diaspora Commission. Okay, you already said I'm like, please let me clap for this, my engineer. Thank you very much. And good morning. Sorry, I don't know what protocol. Oh, honorable. Oh, but I see my colleagues here, my ex-colleagues, my guys. Good morning. How are you? Good morning. Let me pay my brother. I have good afternoon or good morning, everybody. Let me pay my respect and comment. First, I want to apologize. I came a bit late because really, it was only yesterday night that they contacted me again that this event was today. So there was no follow-up really. But once I heard that diaspora people are here, I said, whatever I'm doing, you know, Mr. Abiojo, actually, Abiojo and Kobe, I must come more. Well, thank you for inviting me. Thank you for inviting us to be here. And I think Mr. Wilson, that was a fantastic presentation. Sorry, I came in the middle of your presentation and disrupted you a little bit, but it wasn't my fault, it was their fault for bringing me at that time. And I learned quite a lot from your presentation. For me, when I enter a place, yes, my eyes and then they exit out, you know, which I think was number 3 on your side. I learned more from when I enter a place, let me use my eyes and then find out where's the way out in case there's any emergency. And then the issue of what you said about the home too. I've learned quite a lot, and I hope to also use that in my own home. You know, thank you very much. Thank you. So thank you very much. Let me commend the association, American Safety Society of Safety Professionals Nigeria chapter, and really, I didn't know this association existed until I think a few months back, and honestly, I'm very impressed. My sister there, the former president, I got to know when she was the president, and I'm really very impressed. And I hope that others will learn from what you're doing, you know, from sharing knowledge, from raising awareness. And you see, what you're talking about, safety, is very important, whether at work or at home. And I'm so glad that, as Mr. Abiojo said, we have Nigerians all over the world excelling in every field of human endeavor. Like he said, they've been able to show, and they'll be surprised that Nigerians can do these things. And that's what we want to celebrate, the best in ourselves. Here's just one example. There's nowhere in the world that Nigerians are not excelling. There's nowhere in the world. So what is our problem as a people? So what we're saying is, let's work together, Nigerians at home and Nigerians in the diaspora, to build this country of ours. And I want to say how proud we are of all those of you in this association in all countries of the world. Let's just appreciate every one of you again. Really, really, I'm very, very proud of what I've seen, what I've heard, and going through, you know, quite a bit about the program. I think this is very important. And then we have a lot of things in common. Let's talk about safety. We are about safety of Nigerians in the diaspora, their welfare. How can we ensure that you're treated with dignity and with respect? How can we ensure that when there's a problem, we're there for you? As I speak to you, I'm proud that today, with the war in Ukraine, thanks to Mr. President, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, we've been able to bring back 1,513 Nigerians stranded in war in Ukraine. And no other country has done that. No other country has done that. In fact, others are saying, help us with ours too. And that shows, you know, and then on coming back, they get some money to at least get home, and then SIM cards, recharge cards, going to connect with them. I tell you, the harrowing experience. I'm talking about safety, what they've gone through. But I think we should just work on some therapy and counseling for them. So any one of you that wants to volunteer before you leave, let us know. They can talk to them about safety after a traumatic and really chaotic situation. So I think it also ties to what you're talking about here. And the Nigerian Diaspora Commission, we want to work more with you. We want to work more closely with you. We want to even join you in the various seminars or conferences abroad. It's about advocacy, it's about partnership, it's about reaching out, which you are doing. So we'll be glad to work with you, partner with you in terms of all you're doing, because everything is about safety. If you're not safe where you are, you don't feel comfortable there. So thank you for putting this together. I look forward to a more fruitful collaboration with the Association of American Society of Safety Professionals and Nigeria chapter. And I believe there's so much more we all can do together. So be rest assured that you can count on our full support. And I want to appeal to all those of you from the diaspora that are here. Please ensure that every of your member registers with the Nigerian Diaspora Commission. As my brother from the Ikorodu has said, Ikorodu people were just the best. So please ensure that everyone of you registered with the Diaspora Commission on our website. And let me tell you why you should. We're talking about safety. If there's a problem, we should be able to tap a button and say, oh, in Nigeria, it's like Ukraine that just happened. You know, it's when there's a crisis, they come running and say, oh, we're here. During COVID was a big problem. You think you're 500 or you turn out to be 5,000. How do you plan? Then when you need something, you can say, oh, honorable, this is needed here. We have this person. So please, I encourage you to register so that I know where you are, what you're doing. And there are many programs for you. The Diaspora Housing Scheme is on board. You can get a mortgage of 50 million to buy your home if you want in Nigeria. We have the Diaspora Investment Summit. We have the Nigeria Diaspora Investment Trust Fund so that you, the diaspora, can decide what you want to do with your money. Imagine all of you pulling funds together and decide, okay, we're investing in infrastructure, we're investing in this and that, so that you put your money where your mouth is. We can't invest anywhere in the world, and it doesn't translate to our own country, our society. So let's join hands to work together to develop our own country. So thank you very much, this association. I'm proud of you, and we will work relentlessly with your organization. Thank you very much, and God bless. Okay, I'm not jealous. I didn't thank you. Let me thank you, our new MC.
Thank you very much, man. I'm actually living in two, should I say two? My boyhood memory goes back to the days I see you casting news in NT. And some of us boys look at that. We used to do that. And now, as an adult, seeing you in a different capacity, I'm just reminiscing and saying, that's lovely. The thing I used to think about those days, and I'm seeing you in person. It's an inspiration. Thank you. All right. There's a lot of dignitaries lined up here, and I would like to recognize all of them in no specific order, please, just because of the time constraint and for the fact that a lot of them will want to catch up with their schedules. So let me start off with first the Eastbourne president. Okay, special apology to you, sir. Mr. Kaiser, please, can you stand up for recognition? Sadly, we did not include you in this, but we are happy that you braved your occasion to do that. And we also want to recognize your deputy, Mr. Steve Daisy. Please, can you stand up for recognition, sir? You're welcome. Look, Eastbourne is a sister organization, and we have always worked together. Our main goal is to establish safety and make it a way of life. And when it has been instituted, you know what it is. The presentation by Larry tells you the importance of it. And that's why I am personally privileged to recognize it. And like I said, in no specific orders, I will be recognizing some of our special guests. The first person on the list is Honorable Dr. Ibrahim Hamza, member House of Representatives and Chairman, Outstanding Committee on Safety, Regulation, and Standards, ably represented by Honorable Emmanuel Wong Udo. Please, can you stand up for recognition? Thank you for your patience. I know that you're trying to catch up with things, but just be patient with us. The next person on the list is Dr. Mrs. Antonia Akwanko. Please forgive me if I am not pronouncing it very well. Is that okay for you, ma'am? Thank you. All right. I also want to recognize the presence of Dr. Henry Adimola, the Principal Chief Executive, Petroleum Trading Institute, ably represented by Omar I. Tiga. Please, can you stand up for recognition? And may I also recognize the presence of Dr. Philip Nshebila, the Managing Director, CEO of NLNG, represented by Mr. Andy Ude, the General Manager, External Relations and Sustainability. Sir, if you're present, you're welcome. I want to say it's better. Camille has been, dancing and telling us how happy he has a neighbor in the person of man here. And let me also borrow a lead. That's my boss. That is my boss. I know where we're all the way. Thank you, sir. Welcome. And the last but not the least, let me recognize the presence of Dr. Joyce Ejoki, Head Quality HSC FCT Water Board Area 3 Abuja. Ma'am, please, for your recognition. All right. And in view of the time, like I said, I'll be inviting every one of these for their goodwill message so that each one of them will go ahead. But I will start with one special guest who has been very, very patient with us all our. And I will want to call on the EDC chairman to come on and give us his goodwill message. He is the person of Rear Admiral Abolabi Orejo. Please, sir. The platform is for you. A round of applause. I know it's getting time for lunch, but let's just give a little energy. Thank you. The global president, the American Society of Safety Professionals, Mr. Bells, our esteemed Nigeria chapter president, Assp-Nc, I think I have to interject the protocol I have written down because we have so many dignitaries that are coming in the course of this program. A special recognition to the chairman of Nigeria Diaspora Commission, Honorable Abike Dabri. So much has been said about that. Please let's celebrate this wonderful Amazon. There's been so much for Nigeria. We're so proud of what you're doing, and God will continue to strengthen. Our erudite resource persons, Mr. Larry Wilson, Mike Shaw, as well as other several resource persons that will be joining us today. Members of the National Executive Council here present, Executive Director Services, Kaduna Refinery, Dr. Abdullahi Idris. Members of the National Assembly here present, please pardon me. Captains of industry, special invited guests across the board, former chapter presidents, particular recognition for Mr. Kamal, Mrs. Messi Refo, members of the local organizing committee of the PDC Conference 2022, honorable members and participants of the PDC 2022. Please permit me to also give special recognitions to Air Commodore Zachary. So please, can you stand for recognition? Please, can we clap for him? Air Commodore Zachary taught me in the Air Force Military School as a young boy. Actually inspired me to go to the Nigerian Defense Academy. And today we are here together. And he has mentored us over the years and is still mentoring us. Please help me celebrate this. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great joy and excitement to be a part of the PDC 2022. I must salute the national leadership of our association, the American Society of Safety Professionals, for the visionary and dynamic leadership that has seen the association transiting from one level to another. And like we were told earlier in the at the beginning of the program today, the Nigerian chapter happens to be about the most vibrant in the world. I think that's something that deserves a special celebration for ourselves here.
So in the same vein, I want to thank the members of the local organizing committee for counting me worthy to chair the opening ceremony flag of the conference. It's a great honor for which I will forever be grateful to your team. As we all know, the PDC is an annual conference that gives all practitioners and indeed we, the members of the association, the unique opportunity of developing our skills, enhancing our knowledge base, and creating the arena for fruitful exchange of ideas and new innovations in the world of safety. This year, the theme of our PDC 2022 is avionics safety in power sector, oil and gas, education, private sector, and of course, government agencies. That's why you have a lot of government presence here today. And to do justice to this, we have credible, experienced, and well-informed resource persons who will be sharing their rich reservoir of knowledge, wisdom, and practical experience with us for the next 2 to 3 days. I'm confident that we'll be better informed at the end of this PDC, and I wish us all very engaging presentations, followed by very robust interactions and discussions. The overall objective of the PDC is to raise the bar in safety practices in Nigeria, and this will continue to do even beyond the activities of today and this conference. I implore us to brainstorm rigorously and generate tested and proven ideas that will enhance safety practices wherever we find ourselves. Once again, thank you so much, and God bless us all, and I wish us a very, very fruitful conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A nice goodwill message. And I think it magnifies the maturity you have shown, having been here from the very beginning and exercised such level of patience. I appreciate it personally, and I believe all the delegates here do. All right, the next on our program is receiving the goodwill from many of our guests, special guests. Because many have to catch up with their schedule, like I said earlier, I'll be calling on them, and as much as they can do, let them go ahead and make it as close as possible. First on the list, I'm going to call on Honorable Emmanuel Onkudo, Deputy Chairman, House Committee on Issues. He's representing Honorable Dr. Ibrahim Hamza. Sir. Good morning, all. The chairman of this event, Chairman Task Force Commission, for that specially invited guests, the leadership of American set of safety professionals, international and local, this one leadership, our co-participants, safety professionals, we are all welcome. I would like to stand on the established protocol. I got the win of this invite last night, and because of the importance of this very conference, my chairman, I'm a member of the Safety Standards and Regulations Committee. My chairman is permitting me to attend. Thank God for Ibom Air and to leave by 8 a.m. from arriving in Rio and I'm waiting here, and I have to leave by 1 p.m. So we are all welcome. So I'll just go straight to the message from the chairman, Honorable Ibrahim Hamza, to conference. I'm pleased to address all of you today at this professional development conference organized by the American Set of Professionals and Chapter. I applaud the efforts made by your organization in domesticating safety in our nation by constant engagement with both government and non-governmental organizations and in respect of your capacity in building Nigerians. The rights of citizens to a safe and decent workplace, devoid of hazard, is fundamental in any society and has been consistently included in all your human rights globally.
The dilemma is how to translate it to reality. The task of identifying, isolating, eliminating, and continuing workplace hazards do noble has been challenging to say the least. Despite the measures taken by the government, institutions, and safety advocates like your organization, we continue to witness the devastating effects of unsafe acts and conditions that, for the most part, is as a result of poor safety culture. Considering the caliber of those students to enhance the capacity of attendees, I have no doubt that the Nigerian chapter of American Center of Safety Professionals would think has strategy in ensuring that safety is achieved beyond the certification of membership. The world is fast changing and the risk associated with such changes of very dynamic. New technology, new risks, and as professionals, mandatory that we stay updated and current with our current reality if we hope to be relevant for this society. On our part, the House Committee on Safety Standards and Regulations began by interacting with critical stakeholders, including ISPON, professional bodies whose presentations were well received and valuable to our work of the committee. We are not lengthy in engaging relevant stakeholders at this point until we achieve a separate site. We therefore appreciate the report of communique from this gathering and any other recommendations that will facilitate our work and save Nigerians. Thank you all for attending and for this full deliberations. Thank you, God bless you.
Thank you very much, sir. I'm happy you have been able to deliver your good message. And we want to say, if you leave, Johnny message back to Uyo. All right, the next person on the line is the representative of the CEO, Managing Director of NLA. I want to call on Mr. Andy today for his good witness. Sir, you're welcome. Our clapping, it looks like I know it's getting time. Please, let's use a lot of them so that we appreciate our guests who made our time to be here for. Thank you.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, very good morning to you. Listening to apology, am I correct? Listening to the chair of the opening ceremony and the protocol he did when he commenced his speech. Admiral Sir, may I stand on that protocol if you don't mind? Thank you very much. But even if I was stand on the protocol, I wouldn't fail at this point to say a very big thank you to our sister, Honorable Abike Dabiri, for the work she's been doing around Nigerians in diaspora, and of course, the diaspora project which we started, and of course, a lot of the colleagues that our friends we have here today as a result of the good work she's been doing. And if the American Society of Safety Professionals in Nigeria today, while I will not say the credit goes to her completely, I think it's a good thing to see how diaspora is working with society to bring this conference to us. So for the president of the society in Nigeria, and of course for all our colleagues and friends who are here today, good news message from Nigeria LMD, Managing Director. The conference continues to be a platform for sustaining consciousness of safety with participants who have the responsibility to cascade conversations and ideas shared here to the shop floor, in country, and of course into our parliament. With great complexities in our society involving diverse technologies and multifaceted industrial activity, deliberations around safety of lives, assets, and the environment have become more pertinent. The positive impact of these conversations, however, are yet to be visible in our everyday living, especially while executing our tasks at work on the one hand, and while we live our lives privately on the other hand. And I think some of the records around road safety in Nigeria and the safety of lives and property in our country buttresses the fact that there's a lot more work to be done. Clearly, our handle on safety has never been more challenged as it is right now. For us in Nigeria LNG, our aspiration for 2022 has a tagline which says zero means, or zero must be zero. Zero must be zero underscores our lack of appetite or tolerance for incidents and accidents. We at LNG are committed to ensuring that an environment that we live in must inspire and compel our people to own and live their lives safely and ensure that safety values are maintained at all times. This year's conference, which focuses on avionics, safety in power sector, oil and gas, government agencies, private sector educators, it actually highlights the need to, on the one hand, decarbonize the aviation sector in view of the challenges posed by greenhouse gases and its impact of global warming. In Nigeria LNG, we recognize that aviation connects people and plays a vital logistical role in the day-to-day running of businesses generally. Nigeria LNG has committed to measure, monitor, and reduce its greenhouse gas emissions. Towards this end, we must identify ways to reduce emissions from aviation and increase the use of options that are available to us today. With the advent of COVID-19 pandemic in the last couple of months, 2 years going, it has disrupted travels, created uncertainties, and indeed introduced restrictions. Businesses were more focused on making work more flexible by exploring different ways to deliver on tasks, which included, but are not limited to working from home. At the height of the pandemic, global emissions were substantially reduced. Can we as safety professionals explore ways of maintaining this reduction since it has been demonstrated that it is possible? As part of our commitment to safeguarding the environment, Nigeria LNG maintains a 1,000-hectare nature reserve called the Finima Nature Park, which annually hosts about 200,000 visitors. The nature park annually sequesters about 250 tons of CO2 equivalent, which for us means that the nature park is a carbon sink for us as a company. We must take responsibility for safety every time and everywhere we are. We are expected to evaluate the safety challenges that confront us, and you are expected to do that on a daily basis. You must also rise to the occasion and lead the conversation on your respective industries, communities, and families. You must commit to entrenching the right safety values in our society and in the world. It is my expectation that at the end of this conference, there will be many innovative and inspiring ideas to further entrench safety as a way of life, not just in the workplace, but in our homes. As you continue to work hard to advance the profession and the individuals who choose by supporting their efforts to prevent workplace injuries, illnesses, and fatality, I'd like to wish you very happy and fruitful celebrations. Thank you very much and have a very good morning.
Thank you, sir. I think when you mentioned the fact that zero is going to be zero, it just get back to my head again, go zero, and no wahala, take 5. And each time I think about that, it goes all the way back to the house. All right, please, I want all our delegates and distinguished ladies and gentlemen just a little minute to allow. Okay.
All right. While making our way out, I will want to call on the next special guest to give our goodwill message. Please let me make a special plea. I know that it's that time for a tea break or a little thing. And the reason why we are running a little bit late on this is because we want to
attend to all of these special dignitaries so that they can catch back with their schedules. So we'll make it snappy, and after this time, we will now go ask to have some break, deep break, and unwind and get some fresh air. I hope that is okay with us. Thank you very much for your patience. I want to call on all right, Dr. Mrs. Yeah, Dr. Mrs. Antonia. She's the Permanent Secretary, Federal Ministry of Special Duties and Intergovernmental Affairs, Abuja. Mark, please, the platform is for you for your full willingness.
Compliments, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Antonia Akpabio. So, all right, compliments again. And because we don't have much time, I want to align with the existing protocols and welcome everyone here. I want to thank the American Association for Safety Professionals, of which I'm a member, for hosting this program once again here in Abuja. And I happen to be one of those who will have something to say. But the issue of safety, of course, is very critical, and we cannot just ignore it. For me, and someone who's been in the public service, and he said, I am the permanent secretary. I want to say I just retired as permanent secretary. And I was, until last month, a permanent secretary. And I'm very happily and graciously honorably retired now. But I had served as permanent secretary for foreign affairs, permanent secretary for women affairs, and left as permanent secretary, special duties and intergovernmental affairs. And so I have quite a wide spectrum of discussion on the issues of safety. And I wouldn't want to go too much into it, but only to say that safety is critical. And for the public service, especially, I have seen, in fact, one of the things I do once I enter any office, even when I was a much younger officer, because of my training and background, I would first of all look at the environment. How safe are the staff? What are the qualities of their space? What is the window open? Is the AC working? What about the staircases that people use? What about the conveniences that they apply themselves to? Because what about water around the space? And sometimes, unfortunately, you go into public spaces, public conveniences, you discover that the critical content of safety have not been taken care of. And of course, as one who had been in the Foreign Affairs Ministry, I was also very aware of the challenges for us as those receiving delegates and ambassadors from all over the world. And my title, as you would note, I was given that by Mr. President in 2020 as ambassador as well. So what it is that safety is critical. And as one who worked in the Women Affairs Ministry also, I got to find that, and being a woman, that safety for women is a priority. And there is nothing you can do without protecting the woman and the mother. Because not only in pregnancy, any little accident, a sleep, can cause a major life-threatening accident. As a woman, or as women rather, we encounter challenges in the kitchen. I just got a call this morning, and for me, it just struck me. A woman called and thought I was still in the Women Affairs Ministry and said, her daughter was carrying a kettle of water, stepping out from, carrying a kettle of water from the kitchen and walking up the staircase to the bathroom. There was no light, and missed the staircase, and the entire water landed on her. And at the tip boils the water always to more than 360 degrees. So I have in my phone photographs this morning of a little girl all scouted over, and she's asking for help, thinking I was still in Women and Forest Ministry. But she's in Makodi, so all I could do was advise, rush her to the hospital, and on a personal basis, what I can do. So what we're saying then is that safety is critical, and I'm very grateful to the first speaker, Mr. Wilson, for that very intuitive and very inspiring discussion, because it drew my attention even to something that is as critical for us. Also for me as a permanent secretary who worked in the Ministry of Women Affairs on children. What about the physically challenged members of our society? Strikingly for me, I work in the transport sector, and that's where my passion over the years has been, and what I'm going to discuss this afternoon is on safety in transportation, especially on road transport, because for 5 years, I worked in the Ministry of Transportation as Director, Road Transport and Mass Transit Administration, and having traveled and gone all over the world on the issues of safety in transportation, non-motorized transportation, and you see challenges on our roads, that you wouldn't even expect. Carriages, walls, people walk on the road and they forget to cover the holes or the pits or whatever other challenges, even crossing the road. Road signs and signals. Fortunately, I'm also a member of the United Nations UNECE expert group on signs and signals. So my entire being, my entire focus, and I get into a place of thinking about safety, how safe are children? Even the kind of vehicles we see on our roads should not be there. Safety is primary, and I want to thank this organization once more. I'm very humbled to be invited to contribute to the discussion this afternoon, and I want to thank everyone for being here with your numerous expertise for being here. God bless you all, and have a wonderful day.
Thank you very much, ma'am. An important aspect of this is with reference to how it correlates with women. We all have mothers. If we don't have mothers, we have wives. We also have sisters. I am one who is married. My mother is alive, and sometimes when I'm away from my family, I don't like eating much outside, so I do my cooking. So I've come to understand some of the risks you're talking about. Quite a number of times when I'm doing men, I'll have to cut myself, cutting onions and all of that. And I just have to think about this is some of the things our wives or mothers have to do most of the time, and they don't complain. And most times when I get that, it pains me so much. But it goes beyond that. I think one aspect of safety now that is gaining momentum is the safety at home. Yeah, safety at home. As a matter of fact, it should radiate from home all the way to the office. If you're able to keep your home as safe as possible, then you will be good to go to work and work confidently. But if you don't have your home in order, then you will be working and looking back at home. And no employer would want you to have what? A divided attention. Thank you very much for that. I want to call on Dr. Joyce. Am I correct? Okay. All right. She is the Health Quality HSE FCT Water Board Area 3 Abuja for her book.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone here. It might be permitted to stand on the already established protocol. Once again, I say welcome to each and every one of us. We got this notification and we're very happy. We collaborate with Russia UK region, but this is the first time we are, collaborating with the American Society of Safety Professionals. Let me say that I'm very, very happy to be amidst professionals in this meeting. Safety is everybody's responsibility, like in our outfit. Thank you. Our outfit is a production outfit, the FCC Water Board, and I always say it. What is safety, what is hygiene, and what is sanitation without water? But the truth is, I have come to realize that especially in the civil service, we take safety for granted. I mean, we always say that safety is not expensive, but priceless. I want to give you this scenario. Ma'am, the scenario you created here, don't be surprised that if they had been trained on the use of first aid, emergency response, it would have helped a lot. But you find out that even in our homes, our kids do not know how to use, what to do under such emergency situation. I think we should begin from there. Secondly, we had a scenario sometime, fire incident, yeah. A lot of people have their fire extinguishers, but it would surprise you to know that they do not even know what to do with the fire extinguisher. Even your school is standing here, we have to begin to see that there is an issue on ground. I mean, these are just the simple issues. You find out a situation where, the control of hazards present PPEs and some safety PPEs out, and they sell it out to other people for use. These are the issues that need to be looked at and emphasized on. There are lots of critical issues, like we always say, the little foxes that eat up the vine, not really the big ones. We have to start from the fundamentals and the basics. I bring you greetings from my general manager, first and foremost, the FCC Minister, His Excellency, and my general manager. And I believe at the end of this celebration, we'll come out with a communique that will really affect the lives of everyone, the citizens, and of course, by extension, the society. I welcome each and every one of you once again. I look forward to a fruitful celebration. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Appreciate bringing it to that effect, especially as our stomach has started rumbling. But let me just indulge your attention. One of the reasons why we are going on this goodwill message is that line statement there. Government agencies, okay, the private sector. There is need for. We can go ahead with all our technicalities. How many of us do not know most of the technicalities, compliance and regulation? But right now, one direction that safety is moving forward is leadership, the aspect of human to it. Humanocracy, they call it. Make it just. Machine can always obey you if you listen to what they are supposed to do. But the missing link in execution of safety most of the time has to do with we humans. And that is why, not just only in the energy sector as we see it in oil and gas, but we have to go a little bit into government. And I'm happy they are beginning to embrace it. And what a lovely day today has been. The last but not the least, I want to call to just give us heed. That will be a final note before we go out for our break and stretch a little bit. I want to call on his former president to give us his goodwill, Mr. Kaiser. Please, sir.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, all protocols duly observed. I want to especially thank the organizing team for this beautiful program in our life. From the Institute of Safety Professionals, we just concluded a similar program with all the ministries, departments, agencies on how to regulate safety management in this country. And this is just a follow-up to that one that was concluded on the 10th. That was last week. So once again, want to continue to talk about the word safety. Safety is all out. Our vision for safety is to ensure that we get to the nook and cranny of every Nigerian. And we have 200 million people we are responsible to. Those few of us that are aware of safety. We have 200 million people. I think that's our population. To ensure that safety is in our hands and ensure that safety is brought to the data. So on that note, ladies and gentlemen, without wasting much of our time, as our MC has just said, that our stormy is wrongly, which is unsafe too. So I want to crave your indulgence to make this very brief. Thank you so much, and God bless.
Yeah, a true safety professional indeed, at least he is able to recognize the aspect of the stomach. Most times when you're really hungry, let's be straightforward. One signal is that you tend to get some form of headache. And as it goes on more and more, you begin to lose concentration. Thank you very much, distinguished girls, delegates, and colleagues. I think it's been a wonderful session this morning. A lot to go home with. I learned a lot, even if a little bit busy. There were many other things that we can learn. Just one. Sorry for that little. Okay, I think it's time for us to look at that aspect of our program that says the tea break and network. I want to say that we can now, after all these interesting topics, defining ones, and a lot of learning to go with, it's time for us to go and have some refreshment outside. And please do not forget to use this opportunity to network as much as possible. If you can do it, greet everybody you want to. And as you go out, please let me remind you of this. We have on sales our magazine, chapter magazines that covers virtually everything we do on our books. There are other organizations books that you can find outside. Take time to look at them, check the things you can get out from there. And we also have our lapel pins. You can as well, reach out to that. Tomorrow is another day, but before then, we have the afternoon section. So take time and enjoy yourselves. We'll be back. All right. It's actually like 30 minutes, but because of the time we have spent here, some people will have to digest. Let's look forward to the next 45 minutes. We'll all will be back so that we can go into some of our technicalities now. And most of our professionals here will deliver their own papers. For the students, it's an opportunity for you to learn again. Good afternoon. Should I say that? No, just a little few minutes to get into afternoon. Let me say good morning again. Thank you for your attention, and we are free to go now. All right.
It don't be a break now. You should just do it uniform now. But you should be creative enough to do it now in the implementation. He's going to do it separately, this side, the DPK, and then that other side. Okay.
She goes out to the man of the street. So can you help me? It's cold and I know this. There's somewhere you can tell me. He walks on, doesn't look back. He pretends he can't hear her. Starts to whistle as he crosses the street.
I want to buy house in
Complex, how much?
Now, 15, 20,
15 is
25.
those terrace, those what do you call that?
Block of flats.
Block of flats. What is it?
It's not coming.
Can bring it down. Yeah, because they have a
Okay, once the main come.
Well done. Well done. Yes, sir.
Dan na ji ɗaukar mutane a gida.
Okay, your diploma. Eh? These wires. I hope there is no license in that. This phone now.
Sir.
Okay, now motor.
Our colleagues and professionals and all delegates here present. You're all welcome back to our afternoon section. I believe it was a nice one. I can see a lot of people have been refreshed, and we're going to take it up again the way we did this morning. A few reminders again. We all are acquainted with our exits now. But for those who were not here when we started this morning, remember our emergency exits remain. The first one you can see right in front of you on your left, and the one is the one we are always using behind you. And there is another one just where you could take to your convenience in case there is need for that. Our focal point or muster point is still the one we have right in the front of the conference center. Again, the convenience is just behind us for those who want to use it at any point in time. Now, to kickstart the afternoon section right away, I would want to recognize the presence of some special guests. And I would crave your indulgence as we welcome, and for him to also signify his presence, the Executive Chairman of Brick Oil, Bricks Management and Engineering Management, is the person of Engineer Dr. Suleiman Rabi. Sir, please, for your recognition. A round of applause. Welcome, sir. Thank you for gracing this. Again, another important guest we have here is Dr. H. Ali, the General Manager, Group HSEQ, NMPC Limited, ably represented by Engineer Safri Onotola. Please, if you're here, can you just stand up for recognition? Oh, please, can you come over here? All right, we've got a lot of things for us this afternoon. Just to let it go as we did, we will begin with brief goodwill messages so that will introduce us to some of the good things we will enjoy in the afternoon. Right from technical talk and into the plenary session. But to start with the goodwill message, I would want to recognize and call to the podium Dr. Abdullahi Idris, the Executive Director, Services, Kaduna Refinery and Petrochemical Company. All right. Our guest is not here. Just give me a minute. Yeah. You refer to that. Thank you for your patience. A little bit of housekeeping. We need to keep our house as clean as possible, as safety professional, so that we just ride smoothly. All right, let me call on Air Commodore Sani Zachary. He's been here. He was supposed to give his goodwill message during the morning session. Somehow we skipped him. He's the Director, Sergeant at Arms, National Assembly. So please, can you grace the podium? Audience is
George, this is a kidnap. I would like to create an indulgence and request your permission to remove this so that probably you will see my face. I'm not that handsome. Goodwill must always relay sincerity and must be proper goodwill. It's just ridiculous. Given a goodwill in an application like this, it's really a Herculean task, especially for someone that is not as experienced and only 15 years old. The ladies will believe me if I say that we're here at the instance of our mothers. And the Chinese say that the world is held, half the world is held by the woman. Also, that the man is the head of the house, whereas the woman is the neck on which the head lies. Therefore, aviation, I want you to believe that aviation is touching 100% of our lives. If you don't believe me, go outside and think of aviation, look up in the sky. Or if you're lucky to be up in the sky, and probably as daring as like some of us, I'm a paratrooper, jump out of a moving aircraft, you will see the world probably 100%. In this goodwill, I want to draw your attention to only 3 instances. They are not nice things that have happened. The first one here in Nigeria, September 26, 1992, where about 156 Nigerians, mostly armed forces, majors and equivalent, they died. It was through an air crash. The second instance would have been a little bit later, the September 11 Twin Towers crash. Third one, which draws from closer, I can see the ladies feeling very sad. It is something that killed school children. That touched the whole of the world, not Nigeria alone. I'm inferring that with safe aviation, there will be happier homes. There will be lovely marriages. And 4 women will be happy. Don't ask me if they are wives, no. I'll tell you a story that my father told me 40 years ago. I'm so proud of my father. When my mother didn't want me to go to the NDA in 1982, my father told her, look, I want this boy to grow. Probably he will be a big man. And maybe I would have died when you joined, and that is what has happened. Today, I stand before you. My mother is 86 years old. Her mother, my grandmother, is 110 years old and counting. Therefore, in the eyes of every woman, I see my mother. I see, of course, my grandmother. I see my wife, whom I love so much. We'll be married for 34 years, has not failed me. Yes, for sure. The young ones marry the right person. Then I see my sisters as well. I have only one daughter. Somebody is watching her. So you see, if you have safety in aviation, they call it avionics, but it's actually aviation. Avionics are the controls, the things that control aviation. You'll be happier. The man will go into the aircraft, you're alive and safely land. So permit me to wish you well, to wish us safer skies, to wish us better flights, because only that will ensure that Mr. President, who was in Calabar yesterday, could arrive here safely and sit here. The honorable that came and spoke to us, if it were not for safe aviation, probably he would have been somewhere around Lokoja, feeling afraid of kidnappers and the rest of them. So as we sit here to discuss aviation, I wish the younger ones, the students here, I respect you a lot because I was a student. And if I were not well tutored, if I was not well mentored by people like this, I wouldn't have been here. Thank God somebody, like what was left, stood up there and said, I taught him in school. I wish you well. May this be a very, very good step to bring Nigeria into the best aviation history, because the 25 air companies we have in Nigeria, 5, which is 20%, are highly certified. And thank you very much for this opportunity. I hope I did not talk too much. Joy, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Nice one on that. I think when you mentioned Assp-Nc, it reminded me a couple of courses I did some time ago, just for us to appreciate that aspect of it. It says the concept of avionic safety refers to the area of safety engineering that uses electrical and electronic systems for the control and management of hazards. Now, hazards with special areas of localization in terms of the aviation industry. But the beauty is that if we put into detail the level of safety systems that are inbuilt into the aviation industry, into what we do, we will, to a reasonable extent, approach zero in terms of accident. Of course, we'll give the other aspect that we are humans, we are not 100%. And there are other industries that I'm saying, the one I have worked in, that go to that length. So these days, the paradigm shift is that we are gradually going into that mentality, the mindset used in the airplane industry. And that's what is just mentioned there. And I love it. Each time I fly, I don't know about you, some persons are comfortable, but until I touch down, I don't feel comfortable. It's not a matter of being a man. There are times when the turbulence shakes. I have to, one occasion I hurt my daughter so tight and he said, Daddy, you are hurting me. But she was laughing all along, but I heard her because it was vibrating. By the time she said, you are hurting me, I realized. I said, sorry, my dear. So I believe many of us have the same feeling. Thank you very much. I want to call on our next special guest, and she's representing, just 1 minute, the group, the general manager, Group HSUQ NMPC, Dr. H. Ali, but her representative here is Engineer Sapin Anotala. Please, ma'am, we would like to get your goodwill message.
Thank you very much. I want to appreciate this opportunity to bring a goodwill message from my general manager, Dr. Assp-Nc, who looked forward to attending this program personally. That's why he did not drop an official message, because he wanted to be here. However, due to work exigencies, he could not make it. My name is Safra Manotsola Moraki. I'm the manager of environmental protection, group health, safety, and environment and quality of NNPC. Safety, they say, is everybody's business, and the issues cannot be overemphasized. The discourse on safety cannot be overemphasized. Yesterday, I had an experience at the estate where I lived. One of the CVs supplying power to 3 of the lots caught fire. And I just came back from work and I was trying to put something up to eat. And then I just heard shouts. People were just shouting, crying, and coming out. And they were just wailing. Nobody was doing anything. I just reached out to my fire extinguisher, which I've not used for how many years, but thank God I've always checked to ensure that, it's in a workable condition. And people were presenting the small fire extinguishers that we use in the cars. is a question I want to put up to us today, that how many of us have fire extinguishers in our homes in case such things happen? Thank you very much. Somebody raised up his hand. Thank you very much. And it could, that time, nobody could, because they don't have it in their homes. They were only reaching out to their cars to bring this, which didn't do anything. So as an engineer, we always want safety to be incorporated during designs, so that it will avoid certain things during operations. But there are small things that we need to really look out for when it involves safety. So I'm a participant. I've been sitting here enjoying the program. I want to say we should just relax, enjoy looking at the content, and then the resource persons that have been put up for us. I know we'll have a lot to take on for. I want to congratulate the LOC and then the leadership. The president of this association happens to be one of our own. I want to congratulate you for pushing up this. So thank you very much for the opportunity to bring a goodwill message from NNPC.
Thank you so much. When you were talking about having a fire extinguisher at home, I started laughing because we have seen cases where stoves. I had a case where they were running everywhere, not knowing what to do. Somebody just went into the house and got a fire extinguisher. By the time they were screaming, going to fetch water, the fire has been put on. And that's not important. And for me, there is a particular quote I share with my leadership thing that I enjoy with the mentors of this association, the young emerging professionals. We'll be having a mentorship program, and I've been discussing with them quite a lot. Based on what you said, I remember one aspect of the safety matters. It says, your family is expecting you tonight. It has become my frequent quote. Your family is expecting you home tonight. If you have that mindset, going to work, going anywhere you're going. Once I was going to Abuja, driving from Port Harcourt, those days of useful activity, I was driving 150, 180, and I was enjoying it. But now I was driving one occasion, I was doing 180 and 100, and my wife nudged me and said, "Why are you not flying again?" And I told her the blood that is different from the one. The one now is colder. I want my family to see me at the end of the day. Please let our family see us at the end of the day. Thank you. I want to call on Engineer Dr. Suleiman Rabi for his goodwill message.
Thank you. Very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is really a very big pleasure for me to be invited to say a word or two in support and encouragement association, which I proudly belong as a member, as an executive, as one of the patrons, as one of the pioneering members of the association. Very happy indeed that part of the Will-Good message also came from my home, the NNPC, which I registered, which I pioneered, which I led into the association, both in this country and abroad. Please send my goodwill to Hussein Ali, whose hand I held together with that of a 5-year-old to see that we play a very significant role, a leader role in the association. I'm very proud of that you are still holding the lamp and trying to see that we do things professionally in a very safe manner. Talking of the association, I want to congratulate the leadership that has provided this event, where because of my commitment at the time, I just arrived into this country this morning. Because I promised, I just showered, say I must show my face. That brings me to this, the topic of the one but last comment from aviation. Just like I got admission into aviation schools area. My mother, the same way, no, you cannot be a pilot. This is my first child. How can he be a pilot? How can that happen? She was crying, and I went around all her good friends to come and talk to her. Yet she couldn't budge. She insisted that her first son should not be a pilot. And when we asked her the question by their own mental picture, they believe all pilots will never be home. All pilots will be in big hotels, flying, commanding all the boys and girls around them, free drinks, free women, if you like, a lot of exposure. Unless you are careful, unless you are well brought up, you may not be able to be like the gentleman that I just spoken, who is so proud of his mother, of his daughter, of his family. That shows a lot of moral ethics and discipline for him to be in that. So when she didn't want to allow me to be a pilot, it's okay, go into aeronautics, aircraft maintenance engineer. No, it's the same. Before you know it, they will deploy you into a war and say, because you are a captain, you must be this, you must be that. That's how I ended to find myself in the ABU's area. After spending 3 months in School of Aviation area, I had to withdraw and then go to ABU, where my career has been destined, and that's why I become what I am today. So I'm grateful to that. When you talk of travels, yes, we can see jokingly how air safety has been said in a very nice manner to remind us where the air safety is so key and so critical. It is therefore very important that we choose which flight do we take. Don't rush to the airport and take any flight that you want to take. As safety professionals, please check into the records, see the safety performance of each of the airlines, and choose which one has the best safety records. Track them, see how frequent they go for, their safety checks in order that you take the right flight, no matter the situation. Delay the flight till tomorrow or to the next hour so that you arrive safely. Because it's the do or die. If it happens, you hardly survive. There are very few cases where there is air crash and people survive. So you have to really sit back and relax, no matter how important the assignment is. Make sure you take the right flight. And also contribute in making comments on safety and regulation. Only 2 days ago, I was sitting with one very big elderly Nigerian in his house in Dubai. I went to greet him, to visit him. And I asked when is he going back? He said, I'm going back in the next 3 days, but I'm tired of this town. I'm eager. I said, why can't you go today? Then my aircraft has just gone for services. You know how much? $2 million. I will not come back until three days from now. Maybe you'll be leaving Dubai tomorrow. When you talk of that, what does that tell you? We are sitting in an Air Force facility. We don't have anywhere in Africa where you can service aircrafts. If there is, it's not well known. So why that? How can one small private jet go for service for $2 million? Why can't it be done in Nigeria? Why can't we support Murtala Mohammed Airport, American International Airport, Abuja Airport, to have a wing where you can service aircrafts and do maintenance of aircrafts? One time I was also taken with the owner of Asma. He told me his aircraft went to Italy for, it is $1.7 million. And it will be away for about 4 weeks before it will come back. So he will lose 4 weeks operation business, and then he will have to pay $1.7 million. Why not in Kano? I asked him. You are from Kano. Why not in Kano? And believe me, I just stopped there. I got him financial partners in Dubai. I said, here are some people who want to do it. But you know what? He did not want to make any financial contribution. I will give you the space. I will give you the hangar. They came here, they checked. It was not big enough. And we expanded. Can you put about $5 million? We put $45 million. That $5 million was not forthcoming. Nigerians. We only want to take it easy. Why am I saying that? So that we can see there is a lot that can be done to make a better and safer Nigeria. Now, that's about that. And of course, we talk about all the positive things about aircraft, taking off, landing, and smooth arrival. The other side of it also, we have air drones, we have war going on between Russia and Ukraine. We can see a lot of things happening using airspace. What does that tell you?
Shall we just look at it, maybe enjoy it or cry, but we don't think of what are the consequences of that as safety professionals? How prepared are we as a nation? Maybe while there, we feel nobody will attack us. But are we prepared even to go to safety in the event of any unguided missile lands near us or in us? What are we doing as safety professionals? I challenge all of us. So there's a lot this association can do in terms of safety. And you cannot wear this pin you are wearing. You say you are a professional safety person, yet you don't think safety, you don't work safety, you don't apply safety in your real life and your community, your environment, your estate, wherever you are. Safety is everybody's business, and it starts from early morning till you close until the life takes away the person. How safe are we even sitting in this environment, in this hall? How safe are we arriving to this location? How safe are we at home in our beds? What type of mattress do we use? These are all things that are related with safety. Shamefully, I hope it is not an NPC estate where nobody has fire extinguisher except herself. I remember when I was in charge of the department as Group HSE, all the directors, all the managers of NPC, we dropped fire extinguishers in their houses. And we went around to train Madame and the children and the houseboys under my leadership. How much are you doing today? That is the challenge when you go back to your office. Are we going there to check the GMDs? I went to Dizeni's house when she was a minister in Port Harcourt, in Lagos. How can there be a fire in the Minister of Petroleum house and could not be controlled? That's how far you can take safety, whether she's your friend or she's not. So we have to do that. Even her parents, we went to her parents' house to make sure the ceiling everywhere. I dropped the GMD's house in Lagos because his house was asbestos, because it was wrong. I insisted you cannot be sitting in this house when you are having an asbestos ceiling. So that is how you should take safety into your life, into your blood, so that we see the ambassador of this association in you, anytime, anywhere. That's part of my my safety. On career, I worked, of course, in NMPC and grew through the ranks. By the grace of God, I retired in 2019 as a group executive director of NMPC and senior technical advisor to the Minister of Petroleum Resources. What is a noble career? Believe me, because of the guidance of the profession. That's why we not only go out safely, because we tried, but we also go out without any blame. I challenge anybody. I challenge anybody. I've never been to a police station, even as a witness. How many of my colleagues? Very few, if any. Is like ICPC, EFCC, or whatever. I challenge all of you holding responsible positions not to be carried away by the beauty and the nice faces and the big bags of money and the rest. Do your best. The life is more enjoyable after you leave the office. Everybody will respect you. Everybody that Googles your name, this is a great man. Especially now when there are no great men and women in Nigeria in the eyes of the world. Everybody is a fraudster. Everybody is this, everybody is that. Please keep that good name you have. So that the very few that will come out there and will be seen to be, oh, they are responsible people. And it is coming very soon because Nigeria is well placed. It's the destination of investment, it's the giant of Africa, it's the China of Africa, and there's a lot that is here that we need investment, and there are not many good people that people can partner with. I challenge each and every one of us to maintain a very good name. It's not enough to have a good name. Please learn your job. Nobody should doubt you in terms of competencies and performance. On your job, you don't need to be the master of all. That job you said is yours. Let there be nobody that can challenge you to say that you don't know what you're doing on that profession. When you do that and you have that with a combination of good name, everybody will rally around you in order to deliver this country to where we expect it to be. Because we don't have all it takes as a nation, as individuals, to make Nigeria great within the shortest possible time. And there are many people who can make it great, looking for the right partners to walk along with them. They could not find any. The story about us is always negative. Be the positive amongst all the 200 million people that we have. That is also my goodwill message to you. I'm happy to see the picture of the MD of Nigeria LNG, who is also one of us, who is also, by the way, I'm also sitting on the board of Nigeria LNG. And when I saw his picture, I just sent him a text. I didn't see you here. Just to tell you that how I wish that maybe Assp-Nc is asked to represent him, but at least for him to accept the invitation, I've seen his picture as a good beginning. I assure you, at the next board meeting, I'll tell him I'm not happy that he didn't attend this event. So please keep the flag flying. This association is so important to us, and it has a very big name. And the most important thing is position yourself, Chairman. Position yourself to be a very serious, determined, and respected pressure group in this country. There is nothing that will be done in this country where safety is not involved. There is nothing, virtually nothing. Of all the fields of endeavor, all the movement transfers and deployments that I passed through the last 34 years I was serving in NPC, I have been to many departments. The one that ticks me most is the one that has to do with safety. That's why when I came out, my company is engineering risk mitigation. Looking at all the engineering risks, because a lot of people in this country look at commercial risks, financial risks. How do you make sure you recover your money? Nobody is looking to make sure, how do you make sure this roof will not fall? How do you make sure that that gigantic plant will not, we will have a runaway engineering and then you have a total collapse or disaster? How can you prevent all the explosions we have gone through and we have seen all over the world? How do you make sure that the design is well done and every valve, every pump, every compressor, every instrument is the right calibration, the right size, and in the right location within the engineering drawing? How do you make sure that happens? Otherwise, even in civil, how can we have a collapse shamelessly of high-rise building in Lagos? How? We have allowed that. As safety professionals, we would have cried to say that this should not be granted permit to do this kind of, to build the kind of structure. Not only on building, our bridges, our flyovers, our engineering. In fact, if what happened in the United States when we had the big pollution we had in US, can you imagine it happening in our deep water? It will be a very serious disaster that we cannot imagine how we can overcome it. Even the recent fire of one ship at Esclavos of Carlos, where we had a ship burning for weeks, and yet we couldn't do much. In the first place, that instance should not happen. And these are all areas where this association can play significant role. And I want to follow you to please break out into small units that will look into aviation safety to people and do some research and bring something forward, go into safety of high-rise buildings, if you like, or civil and construction safety. Look at that. What are those common things that are ignored, that are not considered, and let them bring them out, and then you have some position papers that can be generated and be published in the bigger magazine of this association. Can you look into process safety? I'm seeing that the chairman of this group, or LNG, is going to talk about management of change process. How many times have we changed this carpet, red one, and replaced it with green one? We didn't look at why did we change it to that? How many times have we modified that these windows are insufficient? We need to create additional windows, and why? These are simple process safety that you need to look at. How many times have you changed the plumbing of water in your house without taking record of what was it during the design and how did you modify it? Have you adjusted on the master drawings? Talk less of complex plants. We modified a lot of plants in NPC, refineries, petrochemicals. We changed this. No, this one put a bypass here. We did a lot. Has it been recorded? Have we gone back to the master drawing and effect the change so that the next generation that will take over will see that in the course of operation, we have changed this into that. That is process safety management and change. So we don't keep records. How do we put small units amongst us to make sure that we track some of these small minor things? I therefore want to congratulate each and every one of us who've been here. I thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak to you, and we look forward to seeing a more vibrant, effective, and a very important association in ASA in Nigeria, so that in the next round of your visitation to the United States, the parent company, we should be considered as the best in Africa or the best in the world. That is what is there. And to do that, you really need to work hard, not just finish the conference, close and go, and that is the end of it. What do we take away from this? Which assignment are we going to give individual groups and members? How do we make sure that the outcome of those small research, as small as it is challenged, is upgraded, and is made neater and cleaner, and what's your publication into international magazines? How do we achieve that? That way you will see us growing as an association. So I thank you very much for that. NMPC guys, thank you very much for coming around. I appreciate it. Thank you very much again.
Thank you very much, sir. I think we all agree this sounds like a fatherly advice. Yeah, it really done. And I'm touched particularly. There's an aspect you mentioned when you have to deal with aircraft. And one occasion I was with my colleagues and we are taking off from Bonny to Lagos. Just little things. When you mentioned it, that's wonderful. Little things matters. We were boarding the aircraft and somebody just said, I can see oil on the floor from the wing. Why is that oil? That's just what he did. He said, oil, drop it. And he said he's not comfortable with it. So he mentioned it. And they went back to look at it. Do you know what? The loop oil was actually leaking. And the aircraft was grounded until it's fixed. That's how it matters. And I bought a lesson from that. Even the bigger ones, and as I bought them, I started looking at them somewhere, even if it's not, you know, there is a way you look at the bigger crafts, their tires are not fully inflated. At some point, I begin to say, is this one not a flat tire? But again, over time, I've come to know that that's not the are. Thank you very much, sir. I love that. All right. In view of time, I will beg somebody, I will beg him, he knows himself. May I just have that, let's say it's within my rights to just enjoy it. Forgive me to enjoy that. I will just do a little skipping of you and go to something, the next one, which is an important one for us. Please, yours is equally important, but because of the exigencies, I will have to do that. And the next thing on our program, I'm going to call now, is our plenary session. And to handle that, I'm going to call on our known professional, Madam Monica Wosu. A little bio about Monica, and when I introduce her, she's going to introduce all those who are members of the panel, and they will do that, after which we'll go to another important one, our next keynote speaker. Madam Monica Wosu is a certified management system consultant and coach, certified professional Scrum Master. She's accredited and chartered management consultant. She's a member of several professional bodies, including Fellow Emergency Crisis and Risk Management Institute, Fellow Institute of Management Consultant, Fellow Institute of Safety Professionals of Nigeria, Senior Member, American Society of Safety Professionals, Member Quality, Society for Quality and Healthcare Management, Nigeria. She's also a member of the Institute of Occupational Health and Safety, IOSH UK. I mean, she's got the full package. And that tells you, I wouldn't want to read all of that. She's one of the strong women in WISE, if you know her. So I will have that privilege to call on Monica Wosu to handle the plenary section. I'll just hold on until you get here, madam. I don't want you to work surprised. A round of applause for her, please.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, please permit me to remain on existing well-established protocol that have been actually very established today. Like rightly introduced, my name is Monica Nwosu, and it gives me the similar honor and privilege to be the one coordinating this conversation. I actually met one of the speakers, and I ran to her and I told her that I am so glad, yes, that you're going to be part of the panel. She knows herself. So I'm so glad that I'm the one coordinating this, a very big honor and privilege for me. Now, I have very distinguished doubts. The list or the names that was given to me when I went through their profile, and I was like, wow, 10-page profile, 15-page profile of very resounding accomplishments. Please, can you just clap for my panelists before I start introducing them? I look at the profiles and I'm like, how am I going to read all of this? Because if I do, the conference is over. The conference is ended, but just a brief overview. I'll just quickly call each one of them to the podium. And as I call them, I will just do a brief, please pardon me, please, just a brief overview of their great and distinguished accomplishments. So permit me to introduce to us Dr. Antonia Ekpa. I hope I got that correctly. Thank you, Ma. She is, okay, let me use the word former, because she just told us this morning that she just retired a month ago. She up until now, she was the Assp-Nc for the Federal Ministry of Special Duties and Intergovernmental Affairs in the Office of the Presidency. Now, let me just, like I said, I'm just going to do a brief overview of her profile, because if I'm to go through everything, trust me, I have 15 pages. I will not leave here today. Okay. Dr. Antonia Fabio Eka is, of course, a Nigerian hail from Calabar, Cross River State. She has PhD in English. That one I must emphasize it. So she's very fluent, of course. She has been, she has occupied several positions and several roles. And the particular one that really interests me is the one she held with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Women Affairs, respectively, when she designated accounting officer. She was the administrative and technical head of the ministry, responsible for managing human, materials, financial resources for the government, while offering advisory and technical support to the Honorable Minister, who is the ministry's political head. As Assp-Nc, her special duties under the Special Duties and Intergovernmental Affairs, she harnessed stakeholder engagement and coordinated a lot of interrelationship with over 3 tiers of government. And she was one of such was the December 2021 retreat of 774 local government chairmen and executive where she actually coordinated that retreat. And the focus of that retreat was implementation of zonal intervention and her career in the public sector began as an administrator, and of course, she rose to the position of Assp-Nc. She has the background, she started of, please forgive me, forgive us. Okay, she was a lecturer, and then of course she was a lecturer in English and communication, and I'll just skip this profile. In addition, she had had several things with the United Nations, and she had coordinated several World Bank projects. She has extensive experience with UNDP and CEC, Center for Science and Environment, India, and several other initiatives she coordinated. For several years, Dr. Ekpa interfaced with organizations supporting the African region, including participation in and presenting papers at national and international conferences. Please permit me to stop. Ladies and gentlemen, please, can we just make welcome with a rousing applause, Dr. Antonia. You're welcome, ma'am. I have to pray that permission to stop. Thank you so much. I want to introduce another woman Call it bias if you like. Call it whatever you like. I have another powerful woman on our panel this afternoon, and I want to quickly read her. I think she spoke to us this morning, Dr. Joyce. Yeah. Oh, Dr. Joyce has left. Oh, okay. All right. Okay, so permit me to introduce Professor Rabiu. Professor Rabiu here? All right, thank you so much, sir. And also another 15-page profile that I will just quickly shorten. Professor Rabiu Magaji has BSc, MSc, PhD in human physiology from Ahmadu Bello University in 2000, 2006, and 2009, respectively. And of course, he has another postgraduate in neuroscience. He has another master's in law enforcement and criminal justice from ABU, another master's in business administration, a diploma in Arabic and Islamic studies, another master's in disaster risk management, another master's in international affairs and diplomacy. Then he has a postgraduate diploma in education, among others. Should I go ahead? I should go on. I should go ahead. He's, of course, the professional members of several international and national associations. He's a resource person and faculty member to United Nations Children Fund, Federal Ministry of Humanitarian Assistance, Disaster Management and Social Development, Nigerian Communication Commission, National Board for Technical Education. He also facilitates for Association for Professional Safety and Health, Center for Disaster Risk Management and Development Studies. He's also a lecturer with National Orthopedic Hospital. I'm trying to skip, right? And of course, it's several years volunteered and is facilitating. Please, ladies and gentlemen, make welcome a distinguished fellow in our midst with plenty masters and doctors, Professor Rabiu. Welcome, sir. So good to have you on our panel. Okay. Okay, Mr. Because of time, Madam Joyce is not here with us. Oh, she's here. Oh, so sorry, Madam. Okay, quickly. Madam Joyce is the HSC unit head, HSC for FCT Waterboard, right? I'm correct, Madam. Thank you so much. Okay, she has a PhD as well, born in 1973, an environmental biology, studied University of Calabar and Abuja, and she has a PhD in environmental biology. She is certified occupational health and safety professional, and of course, with other, she had done training with several organizations in both locally and internationally. She, like I stated earlier, she currently works with the FCT at the head of HSC units. Madam, you're welcome. Please, another round of applause. Sorry, I skipped your name earlier. Okay, another distinguished fellow in our midst, quickly before we go into our discussion, is Mr. Isikan. Mr. Isikan Ekam, our past president. Please clap for my past president. You want me to start telling you how many masters we have? Okay, I wouldn't want to go too much into his profile. He is very familiar with us. He's our person. All of you are our persons, but this one is our personal person. Okay, so he joined ISBON since 2017. Of course, he has been very active in several safety professional associations. As today, he works with ExxonMobil, and he's a go-to person when it comes to their maintenance and marine operation. Today is their vessel operations lead, and is responsible for providing leadership, mentorship for upcoming safety professionals, and he acts at the center of expertise and role model in training the team. Okay, he holds masters in petrochemical in petroleum technology, pardon me please, from Federal University of Technology, Owerri, and HND in Mechanical Engineering, Power and Plant Option from the Polytechnic Canada, Cross River State. He had attended several trainings, belonged to several safety professional organizations, both nationally and locally. Please make welcome Mr. Eka. Oh, he's already seated. Thank you so much. Okay, I think two other persons. So let's right into it. I think I feel very comfortable standing right here. And if you feel comfortable, I think I'm very comfortable standing right here. Okay, so that I can just see our faces. Yes, our theme, avionics safety in power, oil and gas education, private sector and government sector. Very holistic and packed team. And then without blowing the trumpet of one sector over and above another sector, you will all agree with me that when it comes to safety, the aviation industries have distinguished themselves. When it comes to incidences, they have distinguished themselves. We are not saying that they are there. We are not saying that there is no room for continual improvement. Of course, the biggest room in the world is that room that is called improvement. So every sector needs to continually, of course, improve. However, our focus for this thing is on the avionics safety. What is it that they have done right? What is it that they have gotten right? What is it that we can take away from what they have done? And again, I'm not saying that as I speak to you right now, I'm going to score the aviation industry 100%. However, I'm going to score them over and above counterparts. So we want to open up our mind. We want to really dissect to see what this sector, what they have gotten right, how they got it right, so that we will be able to take learners and be able to glean from what they have done in order for us to be able to move forward. They said it is better to fail, and when you want to fail, you fail what? You fail forward. When we come to construction industry, when it comes to transportation industry, when we look at the education, and when we look at the private sector, you will agree with me that a lot. Just 7 days ago, a tanker flyer explosion, right? And it's like, it's not more a breaking news, sadly. When you hear breaking news, what comes to your mind? Something that is unusual, is it not? Something that is not regular, something that is not what we should expect constantly. I remember then when you were watching TV and they hear breaking news, everybody wants to see what the breaking news is all about. But sadly, you hear tanker explosion. It's no more breaking news. Well, a month ago, a structure collapse at Ikoyi, Lagos, right? And on and on. I mean, statistics is just on and on. Sadly, we hear all of these things, and it's so sad because lives are involved. One thing that distinguishes us as safety professionals is that we are looking at not just setting standards and procedures, we are looking at setting standards and procedures, implementing, complying, enforcing to save life. And so I'm just going to dive straight into some conversation we're going to be having this afternoon. And I want the panelists to give us their general overview within the next 120 seconds. Let's just do this, use this question as an opening. What is your view when it comes to safety standards and regulation compliance in aviation industry compared to power sector, compared to oil and gas? Yeah, oil and gas have done well, but of course, again, we're looking at aviation compared to education, compared to transportation, compared to construction. What is your view? Safety standards, safety compliance regulation in aviation compared to all these other sectors. Generally, what is your view before we narrow down? Do I have a second? Yes, please. Let me allow, they said ladies first, right? Let me allow the distinguished lady to start. Yes, madam. 120 seconds, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If you look at aviation safety and compliance in Nigeria, you find out that it's top-notch indeed. It's top-notch. Like you rightly said, I wouldn't say it's 100% or where there is room for improvement. But I'm not an aviation expert, but I'm an end user, you know. And I found out that in most of the aviation, companies, they take safety seriously. Number one, they have full autonomy. I mean, for instance, I come from the civil service sector. There you do not have this autonomy to take safety into control and do what it ought to be, put it where it ought to be. But it's not like that in the aviation sector. And there is this, I'm sorry to say it this way, free operational systems, even with the government. I think they have this relationship with the government. It's like in Nigeria, when you talk about safety, the focus is usually on aviation. I mean, look at it just in 2020, 2021, 2022, they have built out funds for, the operations and operational systems, which the civil service sector had that privilege. There is none. So you see, these are things, the privileges that they have, and when you have these privileges, honestly, you will not joke with safety. Can I tell you that? And secondly, also, you must know that for every crash, God forbid, we always say it. I mean, it's a normal palace because we wish it away. Truth is this: for every plane crash, you have over 100 deaths. I mean, I think this is one of the reasons, yes, fatality, why they attract such privileges, which also enhance their safety level. I mean, in an organization, maybe you have one fatal case. I mean, there are so many investments, good investments in that, and yes.
So in other words, compared to other sectors, they are doing way above.
Very well, yes.
Please, yes, yes. All right, thank you very much. I just want to draw attention on transportation. That's an area you named that I was a teacher many years ago. Not right far. I couldn't have gone through everything. Anyway, so I want to look at transportation. And of course, as you know, modes of transportation, aviation, air, water, and then the road sector, land transportation, road and rail. Okay. So transportation sector is critical, and the entire sector is thrives on adequacy of safety. And so for aviation, which for me sets the standards, because first and foremost, there is a very, very scarce assignment for every country to ensure that they comply with ICAO regulations. So it's a well-regulated industry. And so it does set the standard, and every country tries to meet the ICAO standards. And then there are continuous trainings for both the pilots and the staff, and then you have regulatory bodies and the rest of them, which I don't want to go into. But I want to look at other components of the transport sector. I'll look at road transportation, which is actually my area of attention for many years, and I am presently the deputy chair of International Road Safety Organization in New York. So what it is that we look at road safety in Nigeria. You just talked about tankers. So the kind of attention and regulatory standards there are for aviation could have been applied in Nigeria, but there is a certain attitude, and I'm saying this very advisedly and very convincingly too, that there is a certain attitude towards the road sector. And on land transportation as a whole, we have just gone into rail sector operations. And I'm asking, so how can people be on the rail, on the train, and then the train just stops halfway? because it's not an indictment, but it is for us to draw attention. It's for us to draw attention to what ought to be. That you can't have passengers in a train and the train stops halfway. And we have situations where the train tracks are tampered with. And then the train comes, in Nigeria, the train comes and stops at a certain point because the sleepers on the rail track have been removed. And there is a constant effort by people to attempt to build that sector. So road safety in transportation is something you cannot compromise with. Road safety, we have regulations, of course, Nigeria has, I would say, the best road safety institution, because globally we have been recognized as being the best, even in Africa. But regulations are not compliant. And compliance standards are there. We have the National Road Safety Strategy, which has been on. But right now, and go to Galadimawa, you see that people are riding bikes without the helmet. You also see 4 or 5 people sitting on a bike as you go out of the presence of the city. So safety in aviation, because there is an international standard that must be complied with, and it is monitored, effectively monitored. Whereas here, we don't have in other sectors. Thank you. Please hold it. No, sorry, please hold it. So I want to sincerely apologize for skipping a powerful member of my panelists. In fact, our SME on this matter. Can you imagine? I think that's a major non-conformity, and I take it back seriously. And I want to introduce Air Commodore Sani Zachary, and he is, of course, an expert in this subject we are discussing. We can't discuss this extensively without having him on the panel. Sorry, forgive me, sir, because 2 people were dropped on my panel, and I thought you were one of them. Please make welcome to the podium. Commodore Sani Zachary. Sani Zachary was born in March 1963. He attended, he has had several appointments with the ministry. Particular one is ABC to Air Officer Commanding Training Commander Nas Kaduna. Is the military assistant to Air Officer personnel in the headquarters. He has been General Staff Officer, Air Force One to Minister of Defense. He has been Principal Staff Officer to Minister of Defense as well. And by Defense Attaché, he is also has been acting DA to Nigeria
Wait, are you telling me? Is it your office Wi-Fi? Is it? No. You have the NMC policy, the one signed by the GMD. No. Hey, don't have a kid. But at least, how many people are let me
yourself to remain relevant to the system. You could be out of date, preaching a wrong thing. So please, most importantly, in aviation, I did part of a little bit of aviation. Every flight, we want to refuel. The fuel is being dipped in the tank and it's being tested and signed up. It is what it is. But today, we call black white and white black. Let that change. Start with you, Anthony.
Thank you. 10 seconds. Yeah, 10 seconds. Just 2 points. Yes. First is documentation, which goes with standards, like he said, universality. In the military, whether in Nigeria, United States, Canada, or Saudi Arabia, is the same standard. The rank is standard. So, somebody again is using mic. Let Nigeria's civil sector or professional sector learn or copy from the armed forces of Nigeria, where if you go to the Army, Navy, or Air Force, you see a building like this, everything is documented. From the rock carpet to all those pictures, there is a document. And when there is a change, that document is altered, somebody signs. That is what we should learn, and let it be the benchmark. Thank you very much. Thank you so very much. Please, another round of applause for my powerful panelists. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir, for your time. That was a very insightful and informative session. And sorry, sir, officially, this panel discussion is closed. Who else? Sir, please, if you can join us. You refuse to talk, or you can join us in the photograph.
Thank you very much. I appreciate this panel of discussion. It is very important that from ASSB, we want to let you know that at all costs, this one should not be a tea taken that we go away without taking any step that would be vital to our safety association. So, and also as this one is around, we've always been governed by regulators as ISPON. So we must make sure that we collaborate actively to make sure that every single thing will be identified and also traced where it's supposed to be. Legislation is very important because when you check through all the panels of discussion, they are talking of one thing or the other, which is legislation standard. It is very important that we must adhere to that standard wherever we are, from our grassroots to any government and agency or any other organization. We should not pay attention to problems from other companies that always think that to get profit out of something. Put safety first to make sure that
Nothing goes under weight. Thank you very much. A round of applause for this last session. I believe every one of us will agree it was a fruitful one. At some point, it became so engaging, and I felt like, oh, I wish this is televised live and let people see the kind of thing that was going on. It was quite enriching, and I love it. Anyway, I started, my background is process, started as an operator and all the way. I will tell you one thing as operators, particularly those in the downstream, and I believe upstream to do that a lot. One of the plants in the particular organization where I work, there's something we borrowed from the aviation safety, and that is the use of procedure. What does the procedure say? Anytime you board a flight, there's something the pilots do, irrespective of the number of times they touch ground. They will always going to take the checklist. Check, check, check. So if he touched down in Lagos and flies to Port Harcourt, check will be done. He goes to Warri, check is going to be done. He goes to Ibadan, check. It's always going to be checked. At some point, I love enjoying it. And we institutionalize that in our own organization. As operators, you've got to go check every other time. And from experience, I understand that each time any operator, particularly those on the panel, fails to do check, you may go away with it today. The likelihood that you will go away with that tomorrow is not there. And it will come back to bite you. It's going to bite you. And that's one thing we have learned from aviation safety. And I believe most of the things they are talking about here goes around that area, because that check goes from documentation to standard and all of that. And we go ahead. Thank you, Monica. That was a nice session, even if you enjoyed all of our time. Thank you very much. All right, the next thing on our agenda, because of the time, let me do this first. Then we'll go to the next one. This is a plea. We want to advertise this, if it's possible. Tomorrow, we will not only do a technical session as we did today. It promises to be even sweeter and enriched. But after that, they say all works and no play makes Jack a dull boy. For me, I would say not just Jack, but if you keep working on it, you work yourself to death. We would not want to do that. And to that end, we have planned for a nice dinner. Good eating. After all of this learning, we should wine and dine. And if you want to join us, please, here is our ticket. We want you to do that. We are going to give you a sumptuous meal, just as we are giving you educational. You will enjoy that aspect. It's just 8,000 naira. And network. It's not just only, so those days when I was growing up, they say, while eating, don't talk. Don't talk, because pepper is going to do what? Go into your throat or the small part of it. But is that true? Most intimate discussions are done over what? The dinner table, where you are eating. All the big names, the leaders of the world, it is why they have their wines, drinking and all of that they discuss. So come and network, enjoy the meal we are going to give to you. Thank you very much. I welcome all of you in advance. It is time for us to go for our exhibition, please. That exhibition has long due because of we accommodating all the big names we had today. That was a full house. So I will encourage every one of us. This exhibition is going to take us into our lunch proper. I decided to give us 1 hour for our tea break because we talked a lot. The simple truth, anyone who teaches, thank God we have those in academia. The best way to learn is always to have short break after a while, so that you assimilate the things you like. If you gather too much at one point in time, you just miss that. So that's what I did in the afternoon, just for us to wind clear our head. So after this, we'll go for our lunch proper. I want to tell every one of us, it is time for our exhibition. You can vote with network, even if you've done some part of it. Sorry, can I? Okay. Excellent. All right. You've been partially introduced, right? But let me have the honor of introducing you one more time, at least making it formal. That way, it's going to actually show that we are ready for that exhibition. Honorable Alex Ebona is actually representing Honorable Abdullahi Mahmoud Gaya, Member House of Representative and Chairman Downstream House Representative. So we welcome you, sir, even if you have already been, yeah. So he is going to lead us on this exhibition, and permit me to call Mr. President, please, so that you could take him along and all of us will join. From there, we will go ahead for our lunch. Maybe this is 3 o'clock. If need be, we will just have one more, maybe 30 minutes or 40 minutes of a presentation, and then we'll wrap it up for today. Then we'll go and rest. So let's have a good lunch, do the exhibition, and we'll be back here in the next 45 minutes. Yeah. Is that okay? The exhibition 45 minutes. The exhibition food at 1 hour. Let's give it 1 hour. 1 hour, that's fine. Yes. Thank you all.
Let's go from there.
Attention, please. Just one thing as we're going. After the exhibition, all special guests should accompany the Assp Nigerian chapter and president to the place you will have your lunch, please. This is just to let all special guests.
Can you get the
I was working on it, but from the recording.
So from the recording, you should be able to gather info. Because I was telling the candidate, normally there's supposed to be a table, and then you have 3
Please, as we go along,
you know,
try and go to our stand. We have the history of the chapter. Safety is fine. This is just 1,000.
Don't allow chairman to forget.
you can evaluate him right away. Then the next speaker or the facilitator will finish, and after she's done, I'll give you the code for her, and you do that. Just for us to get acquainted with it. Tomorrow, we will use it extensively. So let me get ready for Larry. If you are all open to this now, let me know so that I give you Larry's code. You have it? Just 1 minute if the network allows us. It's a very handy thing and it's quite impressive. In this way, we can get the feels and pulse of how you feel about this conference. Just give me something. Okay, for Larry, the code is 22300956. 22300956. Just key it in, submit. It should open the evaluation page for you, and the questions, there are about 6 or, if I'm not mistaken, about 7 or 8. You take the next 2 minutes, do your rating or your ranking of it, and submit. It is going to go back to our server, and the email, we get the picture of what you want, how you see this. I'm going to give us the next 3 minutes to conclude that, and when it's done, good to go. I say we're all done with it, or a little more. Done? Okay, thank you very much. That's what we'll be doing now. When the next speaker finishes, I'll give you a code. You do the same. All right, let's start with a brief goodwill message. Initially, these guests had to quickly attend to something. As a result, he was not here along with others to give the goodwill message. On behalf of the Chief Executive, Petroleum Training Institute, Dr. Henry A. Ademola, who is ably represented by Omar I. Jiga. I want to call on Jiga to just give us a brief goodwill message.
Thank you, MC. The President of Professional Development, American Society of Safety Professionals, executive members of the American Society of Safety Professionals, invited guests, permit me to start the existing protocol. First, my name is Umar Ibrahim Jiga, Assistant Director and being head of the Petroleum Training Institute, Abuja. I'm here to represent Chief Executive Officer and the Principal of the Petroleum Training Institute, who is unavoidably absent to honor this important event. Asked me to extend and express his best wishes to this American Society of Safety Professionals, and also express his appreciation for for the activities of this body within Nigeria and globally. On this note, we wish you success in all your activities and our readiness as a Petroleum Training Institute to partner and collaborate with you to ensure that you succeed in your activities, particularly in the area of safety. As we all know, safety is a critical factor in the oil and gas sector. As a Petroleum Training Institute, we have the requisite equipment to train workers in Nigeria, Africa, and all at large. So we are ready to partner with this great body to ensure that your programs is achieved. So with these brief remarks, I would like to appreciate the organizers, executive members for organizing this important program. It is wonderful. Facilitators, those who delivered the lectures, it's also wonderful. It's very good. Wish you successful deliberations, the previous presentations. May Almighty God continue to bless this body, bless the members of our country, Nigeria. But so thank you very much. Sorry. Please, I'm sorry, I forgot to appreciate this American Society of Safety Professionals for their wonderful effort to install e-library for the TI. And very useful and fruitful in our day-to-day transactions. So we are most grateful. We are Almighty God continue to give you more strength, more and more.
Thank you very much, sir. Well, I don't know, many of you do not know that PTI is my alma mater. So, okay, lovely. So please, let's give a round of applause one more time. Thank you very much. Yes. Please. And you students should, I mean, yeah, I expected a chorus, a kind of screaming so that you're here. It made me remember all those things, video of Full Road and Roundabout. The last time I went there, I cannot remember some of the things again because the development has gone a little more bigger. Is your rig working now? Ah, lovely, beautiful. Okay, thank you very much. Our next speaker is a strong woman. We have had a lot of strong women in this session, impressive ones indeed. And we are not short of that. They are not disappointing us in any way. Each time I look at wives, I say, oh, these people, In short, I was discussing one of these days with my wife, and you know what she said is, she said, the world we are living today is no longer what a man can do, a woman can also do, but it's the other way around. What a woman can do, a man is trying to do. And it's gradually going to that point because there is hardly any of the vestige that women are not venturing into, and they are even doing wonderful at that. Thank you very much. So I'm going to use this to announce another strong speaker, Angela Ogen. Yeah, please, can you stand up while I read your beautiful Bible? Yeah, she is a certified safety professional, a chartered health and safety practitioner, a fellow of Institute of Safety Professionals of Nigeria, a chartered member of Nigerian Institute of Management, a professional member of the American Society of Safety Professionals, American Society of Safety Professionals, and a certified protection officer with 15 years industrial experience in health, safety, security, and has practiced this particular discipline across government, institution, oil and gas, logistics firms, to name a few.
She has developed and implemented strategic programs that have helped in effectively ensuring safe and secure workplace and workforce in highly volatile and difficult terrain. Highly experienced in developing top-notch HSE policies, conducting sophisticated safety inspections, risk management, incident investigations, and fleet management. As a matter of fact, Angela has recorded several remarkable successes in work-related postage negotiation. When I was reading this, I actually underlined this. We need more of these in our country. Don't you agree with me? Yeah, postage negotiation is a very delicate balance that anybody who is going to be involved know what you're going to do. And she is good at that. Postage negotiation and kidnap cases. Kidnap cases. She possesses positive attitude towards change and embraces new challenges with tact. Currently, she is the Senior Manager, Security and Safety in Federal Inland Revenue Services, Nigeria. She's happily married with 3 beautiful daughters. Angela, please, you have your audience. By the way, she will be taking us on an assessment of the challenges of internal communication and its relationship to successful service delivery in Nigeria. That is a very important topic. That's for you.
Please permit me to stand on the existing protocol. I promise you I'm not going to take your time because we already have so much information overload. And I'm talking about communication. I don't want to talk, I want to communicate. And that is what a lot of us mistake. We mistake talking for communication. It's better I don't talk. It's better I don't present the paper if I have to talk. So I want to communicate. I am Angela. My profile has been read. I'm going to be talking about an assessment of the challenges of internal communication and its relationship to successful service delivery in Nigeria. A man once said that what we have in many organizations, a man once said that employees in many organizations are drowning in information, but thirsty for clarity and purpose. People know so much, people have so much information, but know very little about what is going on in the organization. So what is communication? I'm going to have an agenda overview of what I'm going to be talking about today. Communication, which is derived from the Latin communicare, which means to share or to make common, has been acknowledged as a vital ingredient needed to grow every organization. Unfortunately, yet it is the most uncultivated asset of most organizations. If I tell people here, how many of us know how to communicate? A lot of us are going to raise our hands that we are communicating. But the truth is, how many of your communication is yielding the desired result? It is when the desired result is gotten that we can say you are communicating. So it is on the basis of this assumption that this study aimed at assessing the challenges of internal communication and its relationship to successful service delivery. And because this is a safety conference, I'm going to be having a special focus on occupational health and safety. Next slide. So at the end of the presentation, attendees shall have learned the specific factors hindering effective internal communication, the relationship to health and safety management in modern organizations, should have comprehended the factors and mechanisms for effective internal communication and how they contribute to efficient service delivery, and learned how to enhance their respective communication skills. So let me look at some definitions. According to, I took some of these definitions. We have so many definitions of communication, of internal communication and service delivery, but I took particular interest in some of these definitions. From Antonio and Oscar, they define communication as a process of social interaction of a verbal or non-verbal nature with intentionality of transmission. Take note of that. Intentionality of transmission, and that can influence with and without intention in the behavior of the people who are in coverage of the said emission. If I don't have that intentionality, then I am not communicating. Frank and Brunel define internal communication as transaction between individual and group in organization at various levels and in different areas of specialization. Transaction. And you know what transaction is like, right? Like it's likened to your buying and selling. That is how important internal communication is. Others define it as all formal and informal communication taking place internally at all levels of an organization. So ranging from your intranet to your phone calls, to your face-to-face communication, to your meeting, every form of communication that takes place in the organization is internal communication. A communication between you and your supervisor, communication between you and your peer, these are all what makes up internal communication. And what is service delivery? The process of providing a service to customers on the internal clients of an organization. Next slide, please. So as you can see, internal communication is the core process for every organization that really want to be competitive, that really want to grow. And so it should be a priority in your management plan and your management strategy. Any organization that underestimates the power of internal communication is doing that at its own peril. Because behind every conflict you have in most organizations today, you can trace a great percentage of it to lack of internal communication. When an organization prefers to talk to outsiders, then the management of an organization prefers to talk to outsiders than talk to insiders, then you should know that that organization is heading for a failure. That's why today you will see management. Have you been in an organization? Let me ask, for those of us, let's be sincere, have they announced something on television about your organization and you are wondering where this is coming from? Hello? Has it happened to anybody before? It has happened to me. You're on television and they are saying that this is what is going on. Let's take a clue at some of the salary. Police said they want to go on strike. That what they announce as their salary is not what they are giving to them. It happens to many of us because your organizations are busy branding. And the next thing, somebody will come and ask you, is this really what is happening in your organization? And you say, I don't know. You know, on paper, in media, almost every organization in Nigeria is automated, right? Yet when you go there to file a document or the other, they will tell you that, please, print 5 copies. Then you wonder, what did they say? Well, they said you people are automated. So what you are presenting to outsiders, if it is not what is inside, there is certainly going to be poor management and lack of clarity, and it will go a long way in affecting your productivity. So the inner core brand is not just the outward appearance. It's not just what you do to outside. It's what you do inside, the strategies, your internal communication, your conflict resolution. What happened inside is what is really the branding. Because when you take care of what is happening, you take care of your staff, take care of your internal processes very well, it will reflect in how outsiders view you. You don't need to, you will not be the one to publicize yourself. The processes will publicize itself. When people come to your organization, and they come and they are quickly attended to, the services are delivered on time, or your organization is such that they don't play with their staff, they're always training them, their motivation is their top priority, people will go and sell your organization. You will not spend money in branding. I look at any governor, any politician that I see that spends so much money on publicity, this state 1 hour, this state 2 hours, is already an indication for me that that governor or that person is not working. So how do you become relevant in a very competitive world like ours? You have to communicate right internally. So the role of internal communication in helping us to be competitive and profitable in organization is that of building and nourishing employee relations, establishing trust, providing timely and reliable information, and thereby contributing to general motivation, particularly in times of change and stress. You can't you can't talk about effective service delivery without talking about a highly motivated workforce. The next slide, please. I love how Bill Gates put it. He said, like a human being, a company has to have an internal communication mechanism, a nervous system to coordinate its action. Can you imagine someone, if you had seen someone that has issues with his nervous system, you will understand it's almost like a vegetable. Maybe by virtue of accident or something, if anything affects the nervous system of any individual, the person can barely do anything useful. Cannot be productive to himself, cannot be productive to outsiders. So that is how it is. Any system that cannot get its internal communication right, there is that certainty that everything about you will not be coordinated. The next slide. So let's look at how happy you put it. So, you know, all these are factors. If you can't talk about an organization that has effective service delivery without talking about clarity. And that is what internal communication does. It provides clarity. That time that you will use in finding out the process. If someone tells you that this is what you should do and hold your hand and communicate properly, it will take you a lesser time to do that job than somebody that is trying to find his way. We have procedure for doing this. They will establish a procedure. They say, first thing, take the air condition, move it from this place to this place. The man doesn't even know what is air condition. You have a very clear procedure. The person will go and look for tape to make receptive to feedback. We certainly. But any organization that shies away from criticism, forget it. Because the truth is that one thing is to draw this policy. We're saying something yesterday, myself as a presenter. A lot of us that draft policy, we are not the one that implement those policies. So when you draft a very fantastic policy in the boardroom, and it is not reflected in the activity because you are not talking to them, you are not getting their feedback. And some of us, we even do copy and paste. When they say set up a HSCMS, you just go to LNG, copy their own, and you are a government institution that you don't even have any dealing with oil and gas. You just copy their plan, copy and paste, bam. They say that is what we need. You have not done anything. Because some of you don't want to go back and ask the people that are working. You don't want to go back and ask the people that are working because you feel asking them will show that you are incompetent. So you don't encourage feedback. So what I'm saying, when there's internal communication, people will certainly give feedback. The company will remain competitive. It will build a company culture of trust. What is happening? When people talk about rivalry in various professional bodies, I laugh. It's all about trust and poor communication. Everybody is suspecting what this person is doing. If we have trust, we communicate properly, and before we know, we will remain competitive. Because the truth is that who are we really going out to meet? Who are we really trying to improve? What is our aim? Somebody said we should go for sensitization, we should go and do awareness. What do we do when we even go for awareness? It's just the same thing that we are talking about, the company culture. For example, I go to an organization and they tell me that so people came. The next thing I will say, they came, that organization, they are not recognized by law, they are not this, and they are not this, that is the first thing. And all of us, we are aiming at bringing more people into the safety net. But because there is no mutual trust, there is no consistency in our communication, you are sure that that organization will not effectively deliver. So another thing it helps us to do is important for staff engagement. Staff want to feel that sense of belonging. They want to feel that their voice is heard. So when there is effective internal communication in an organization, staff will be heard. They will not just feel heard, they will be heard, and their views will be put into consideration when plans are being made. Then it also helps to keep employees up to date. Unfortunately, this is what is lacking in a lot of organizations, especially the bigger one. Most of the information are gotten from the grapevine. Grapevine is thriving a lot in a lot of organizations. Then you wonder why productivity is low. When people don't get information, a manager gets information from top management, he goes for board meeting, and when he comes down, he's not ready to share. He feels it's a privilege. He will just call one or two trusted friends. You know that Oga said they are going to pay us bonus by next month. This is an information that you should be able to share. And the next thing, those two that sees that has that information, they will keep it to themselves. And there is already a mistrust. So importance of internal communication is something that you cannot just ignore. It helps in providing clarity. It helps the company to remain competitive. It helps to build a company culture, especially that of trust, enables feedback and discussion, important for staff engagement, keep employees up to date. The next slide. So what are the objectives of internal communication? When do we say that this organization is effectively communicating? I'm going to use emergency communication in explaining these three objectives. Number one, information that is communicated to the employee audience is understood and accepted by the audience with respect to the content, with respect to the intent, the relevance, as well as merit of the message. So, for example, I want to communicate a fire emergency. I trigger the fire alarm. Every employee should know that that is fire alarm. That is the content. The intent, I want you to move to the muster point. That is my intent. The relevance, you should know that if you don't move, things can go wrong. You might lose your life, and we don't want to record fatality. Then, another thing, I should also know that this is the merit of the message. When I escape, I'm going to be alive. My children are going to see me when I come home. So if I trigger an alarm and somebody is still sitting down, that means the person does not understand the content, the intent, the relevance, as well as the merit of the message. So that alarm has not served the number one goal. The number two, the goal of the communication with regard to motivating, directing, informing, or getting the participation of the employee audience are achieved among the majority of the employees. When there is fire alarm, I'm going to still continue with that. I can see at least 80 to 90% of people going to the muster point. That means a great percentage of the workforce they're already used to the pattern of the message. They know what to do, they know the direction to follow, and they are already participating. We have organization, once you trigger the alarm, they don't start again. Like in my organization, I have some people, they will just say KPI. HSC won't meet your KPI now drill. It happens in a lot of organizations. So people don't, but if there are some places, but there was a time we had a CEO. When there is a drill, this woman will be the first to come down. And we saw the organization of Madame Ifeko. Once there is a drill, she will be the first to come down. I was still seeing the culture changing. A lot of people started understanding the importance of the drill. It made people to realize that, yes, nothing I'm doing there that is as important as this thing. So until a point that people in the organization, 70%, 80%, they know the importance of that message and they know what to do. You don't have a good internal communication plan yet. Then number three, the end result of an improved internal dialogue is achieving improvement in one or more of the core success components. It could be your sale, your product quality, your workforce performance and satisfaction, and for all safety professionals, a zero incident in the workplace. So people know the message. When they hear the alarm, they know what I'm talking about, they know what to do, they know the importance, and I can see that the next time, maybe this year, when there was emergency, the response time was like 2 minutes. I expect that as my internal plan, as my internal communication plan is improving, by next year, I should have a response time of like 1 minute. And it should keep improving until that outcome, not just the output, until I get to that particular outcome. Or if it is a sales element I am I'm monitoring, I should say that, okay, today I sold this particular unit. By next year, as I keep improving my communication, my internal communication, the number of units I should sell should be more than what I sold this year. Then another thing, I'm not saying, what people don't understand, they mistake records for actuals. You understand? Oh, the record has dropped. Now we have only 5 unsafe acts, unsafe condition, or 6 unsafe acts, unsafe condition. But we are saying in reality, not people manipulating records. In reality, what is on ground? Has it really improved? So until that point, people are sincere enough, there is already the trust factor, people are bringing the records as it is, then you will not say that, yes, I have met the objective of my effective internal communication. The next slide. So having looked at this objective in an organization, how do you now influence it at the micro level, that is at the individual level, at the meso level, that is at the group level, at the macro level, that is at the organizational level? Number one of the major factors that if you can influence, you can end up influencing your positive culture is employee competence, internal communication competence. In every organization, we have variety of people, different culture, different competence level. I'm not saying your ability to understand what I'm saying in English. Do you know that understanding English is not understanding communication? Do you understand me? Because you may not even hear, you may be deaf and dumb, yet you can understand what I'm saying. So it's not all about English. So I know that this person, this is the kind of language he can understand. And I'm able to communicate to this person at this level. Every person knows how to communicate to each other. Then we cannot say that, yes, this factor has been ticked. There is a general assumption, like when we came here now, we just assume that everybody here understands English. We just assume here that there is nobody with disability. We just assumed here that nobody here has hard hearing. We didn't ask. So it's possible that we have somebody in this place that everything that they have been saying is he has not even understood one thing. And that happens in a lot of conferences. And that happens in a lot of organizations. We have a one-size-fits-all unsafe act, unsafe condition. If you know you have a segmented UAUC form in your organization, raise up your hand. Everybody here, including mine, including yours, is a one-size-fits-all. Let me tell you, let's create a scenario. I am the one, it's a take on we're all learning. I'm the one that saw the unsafe act. And this unsafe act, because we have a form, and it's assumed that everybody should fill the form. And this unsafe act was done by the person standing by me, who is learned, who can write. How will I tell the person to fill a form against himself? Even if I tell him, do you think that this person will fill the right form? No, let's be sincere. Will it? Will it? So what if it is your manager? Maybe your manager is fond of bringing phone to an area where you should not use phone. And you are going to fill the unsafe act, and all the forms will pass through your safety managers. Are you sure that that person will pass that form across? So every organization should look at the level of staff, the people that are working. and create something that everybody can relate with and be able to communicate. So the first factor is working on the employee communication competence. Is very, very important. Let the person know what is comfortable with. Let everybody know what this other person is comfortable with and use that method, that means to communicate to them. Then another thing, personal communication style of an organization member. There are some organizations, whether the thing is important, whether the thing is urgent, is always mail, email. Everything is email. And you've forgotten that maybe the thing needs urgent correction. highly reduced. So when people are scared and they keep things to themselves, even when they don't know, they will want to assume that they know because they don't want to be laughed at. They don't want to be ridiculed. So it will encourage incidents. It will increase incident rate in the organization. Next slide, please. So these are some of the ways that internal communication can influence our safety culture in hazard identification and reporting. You can't effectively report hazards when there's no internal communication in place. You see people hiding hazard or over-reporting just to press others. Then define responsibilities, policies and procedures, training, emergency management, incident reporting, investigation, then feedback of organization. So what are people already know that these are the factors. That you know these are the factors. I should talk to them. I should be able to keep the information transparent. How come a lot of organizations are still finding it difficult to communicate? One, lack of communication in general. Some don't know where to start from. They came into the organization and they met the organization that there is no communication and they don't know what to do about it. Then in addition, some heads, they don't think that there is a communication issue in one place. So how do you address what don't you do? There's a lot of barrier communication. They're already biased. People are already biased. People already feel that this culture hates me because I am from this place. So those barriers are not meant to the line conflicts that have not been. Next page. The of employees. Sometimes when people come to the organization, the content of our organization is not broad enough to deal with some of these issues. And when they start showing the new employees, they don't even know what to do. Any organization, when you go for the induction, it shows you the communication pattern of your organization already. You go to the induction, and it's always the chief speakers talking from morning till evening. They don't even give these new staff the opportunity to ask questions. You already know that communication is small. They're not understanding. A lot of organizations spend time polishing their image outside. They want to create a brand that is not effective inside. Then a lack of mutual trust. People don't trust themselves. They're always after each other. They feel when they give information, they will be victimized. So they look at every opportunity as they look at any opportunity given to them as an opportunity for them to sell their company irrespective of the fact. So what are the practical steps that we need to improve this communication? As you go out of it, if you're a group leader or if you're an organizational head, carry out an assessment on the state of internal communication. Where are you? What should you do? Are you really communicating properly? Do you feel that your staff are working ahead? Then, to identify your target audience and their communication competence. When you go back, look at them. Are there some that are slow? Are there some that have hard hearing? Are there some that they don't understand when you speak? You speak in English. They want to speak in language. So, all that consideration and look at their needs and set communication for your organization and define your desired outcome. What do you want to see? I'm setting this communication. At the end of the day, I want to see a reduced accident rate. I want to see an improved sales. I want to see an organization where staff are more motivated than before. You should set it so that you see, if you don't know where you are going, every place is your destination. When you get some communication experts to guide you to get a plan and strategy that you will use in achieving your communication goal. Don't leave it for all the business. Get experts that will guide you through it. It's a serious business and should be treated as so. Then implement your strategy and monitor for improvement. And this you can do with adequate feedback mechanism. Every organization should encourage feedback. That is why, even as we are living here, there are things when they give you a form to critically evaluate both speakers and the program in general, you should be able to
where it is how the system next time. I will conclude with a quote by Tony Robbins. He said, to effectively communicate, we must realize that we are all different in the way we perceive the world and use that understanding as a guide to our communication with others. We came from different backgrounds, from different ethnic groups. We have different levels of understanding. And if we have that in the back of our mind when communicating, we'll communicate better. Don't expect people to understand you because you are. Just maybe today is not just so that you don't really get offended. Thank you very much.
If I don't like that, that's it. I'm right there. So I need to be sure. I'm not saying that live part of it.
I wish. This EDC will still have. So, do you have any questions for her? Just we'll take one or two questions. That will be okay. If you have for what she has said, or thank you very much. Just if you want to add something to it, just one or two because of the time.
Thank you, Madam, for presentation. Really learned a lot. So quickly, I just wanted to know, because sometimes they say communication can be in various forms, like you mentioned because of your elaborate section. Maybe your boss wants to let you know you're going out of line when you are making a speech or something, and then just by a facial expression, you're supposed to get, an information. What if there's some form of miscommunication because of making such assumptions? Is there any way one can avoid such miscommunication when it's not in the usual form, like verbal or written that are direct? Thank you.
Thank you. That is what we are trying to address, that everybody should understand the language. If it is a language, if it is a culture that you understand, there's a plan and there is already a standard way of communicating. When you give, like as I was talking, IPP just did like this. I knew it was time to run it. Do you understand? There's no way I can misunderstand because that has always been the standard of communicating. So if there is misunderstanding, which can happen, is for you to go back to the drawing board and train people on how to communicate better. Thank you.
And let's face the fact, we all come from families. You either have kids or you are a child. Okay? If you can't do your eye, head, leg, anything somehow, and your children cannot understand it, you have problem. You got to think, because I know that there are situations that my mom will glare at me, and I know what that statement means. Then there are times that my father will be quiet, and I know that that quietness portends something. Then I bought them too. I've taken that, and my kids know I don't need to shout. There are things I just make. Everybody knows that, yeah, this is not good. And that's what she's saying. This is internal. It's so effective that while you are with your neighbors and people around, you do it, and your children understand. That's the internal we're talking. By the time you start talking out and shouting, is it any longer an internal communication? No, people have got to know what you are talking about. So it's very, very important. And it goes with the saying, the part of Nigeria I come from, I believe it's general. If you want to know what a man is worth, see, look at his wife. How does his wife look? If his wife looks nice, it may be going, these days men are making it up. We no longer go on racks, right? Just for that. We are looking fine. But if you want to know how good you're doing at home, see the man's wife and how she looks. And that's how part of the internal communication. If one more person to go, thank you. One more person, just give it to her. See, just let her go out.
Wow, I didn't even know my hand was noticed. Okay, so I just want to say, it's not a question to our iconic Angela. She did awesome. I just want to say something, you know, in an organization, when we're talking about communication, first, for you to get the communication right, you have to check their culture. Because if you have a blame culture, definitely the communication isn't right. But if you have a culture that is a blend of award and something commendable, then you will see people actually communicating effectively. It doesn't matter if the person is actually wrong. It doesn't matter if this person is a person that, you know, that is a hazard itself. I mean, if you have a blame culture, then I tell you, you do not have a good communication. So my take home is that I think we should go back and check what culture we are practicing at home, because like you said, communication is everywhere. If you are a mother that when your child tells you some stuff, and for you to say, okay, come and tell me, just do pasha. Wait for another communication next time. You know, so that's punishment culture. You do not expect the child to tell you anything or to own up. If my house, if you break something, just come. I'm sorry, I broke it. But don't talk. If you do not talk, everybody will be punished. But once you are able to, so please, let's go back and check our culture. It will help us in having effective communication.
Okay. 20 seconds.
20. Okay, I think I will do less. Okay, just a way of take home. And I'm an ISO consultant. I'm very big on processes and procedures and standards. If we go back to the ISO standard, we all know, very popular, plus 7.6, it talked about communication, right? Both the internal and the external communication. And I believe a lot of us here, we all have processes, policies, procedures. In case we do not have, just want to encourage every one of us, let's go back and look at that standard. If you don't have the standard, Google it. It talks about who would communicate, what to communicate, how to communicate, when to communicate, and why you are communicating. And even internally, the responsibility to communicate is not open. For instance, there are some things that only human resource would communicate because internally it's at that macro level, like you stated. So I just don't want to say, I hope I didn't exceed 20 seconds, right? All right, thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. That's good. I like that. All right, interesting. It looks like your presentation revived us a little bit. A round of applause. Before we go to, we are almost closing. We need to evaluate our dear colleague. Can we go to our mentee? Just go to your mentee quickly. Quickly, 2 minutes will be enough. She has a code. Can you go there? If it's open, her code is 71323984. 71323984. Quick evaluation, submit. We should be in a better position to get your feedback on that. So while I leave you, look at the question, I will be preparing the ground for just a few minutes discussion before the closing remark. And that is going to come from one other woman of safety, a strong one at that. She's the engineer, Mrs. Justina Okoro. She's the first female president of ASSP Nigerian chapter. She's the first women in safety engineering administrator. I want to call her women in safety excellence. Sorry about that. I remember. Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Okay.
Yeah. Good evening, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Permit me to stand on the existing protocol. I'm so excited to see everybody here. It's another time, of the year that we come together for a professional development conference, and with joy in my heart, really, I'm so excited to be here. I've been out with the registration team. Not that I don't know what, I know I was missing a lot here, but I needed people to come in and be part of this conference. So I just want to say welcome to everybody, and I hope you had a wonderful time today. Tomorrow promises to be greater, so let's also keep it a date. I just want to invite us for our WISE, Women in Safety Excellence group workshop. My sister talked about, Angela, thank you so much about that effective internal communication. I didn't see any challenge at all because you actually opened our eyes. That means when I'm addressing people now, I want to believe everybody speaks English. But if you don't understand English, you can come to me, please. I can use broken, I can use Igbo, I can speak a little Yoruba. And if you don't, an Hausa person can interpret to you. And if you have any disability, we'll definitely get someone that will be able to make the points true. So I'm here on behalf of Women in Safety Excellence. It's a common interest group that fosters the advancement of women and the sharing of ideas in the OHS profession. That's who we are. And we've actually been trying to get people to know us, especially the women, to be part of this, common group, interest group. But we found out that we are not getting response. So when Angela was talking about effective internal communication, I was like, really, maybe we're not communicating well. So we needed to come here to address all the women here, and as well as encourage our men also to be part of this group. So for Women in Safety Excellence Group, is actually under ASSP. It's not a standalone. We are running under ASSP. So when you were a member of ASSP and you're a woman, you're expected to actually register or, click on the Women in Safety Excellence section to be a member. I think it's a token of $20. But we found that most of our women, when we register, we just pay only for ASSP. Some of us pay for a specialty group, maybe if you're in construction safety, or you are in food safety, or you are in oil and gas, we just pay for that, or in education. But we don't pay for this common interest group. Remember what I say? It actually fosters the advancement of women. It helps our women. The MC kept on talking about how great our women are. How great. So you have a lot because you have people to mentor you. You're a woman here, you're a student, and you want to go very great in safety or in any profession. You need mentors, you need people. And really, we have great women in this group that can actually do that for you. So we want to encourage our women, please, as we are here, that let's try and be part of this group. So if you are registered for, you've renewed your registration or you are just a newly registered member, please try and go back and make sure you click on WISE so that you can be a member of WISE. There's a lot of benefits. I don't want to start boring us, but I'm here to invite us to our workshop we are going to have, and it's on 30th April 2022. You can see the catch, the registration is free. And there's going to be item 7. I don't know if it's still item 7 in the item. Okay, there's going to be item 7. So at the time we are looking at 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. 30th of April is a Saturday, the last Saturday in April. And we're going to have it in Lagos, mainland Lagos, Okwedi, Ikeja. So we want to encourage our women, please try and be part of this workshop. We have men that support us a lot, and we also want to encourage them. Please, not only just supporting us, try and also be there for us. Be there for us. We'll have mixed, it's not just going to be women alone. We're going to have a mixture of speakers talking. You can see the team. The team is managing home safety where it matters most. Most times we professionals, we go to the office, we do all sorts, but when we get home, we miss it. So we need to take safety home, and that's what we're talking about. So please, I want to invite everybody, especially our women. We need you to register, we need you to be part of us so that we can together do great things, in the industry. So thank you very much for listening to me. God bless you, and I wish you all a safe journey back today, and see you tomorrow. Thank you.
A round of applause. Thank you, ma'am. Are we also invited to click and join? Okay. So maybe I've been looking at it all this while from that perspective of just women. I'm going to do it now. Women in safety excellence. The code, eh? Oh, okay. Sorry about that. Just one. All right. I think we are getting into that spirit. The need to use this lovely means of assessment. It's quite interesting. Yep, the code is 71. Oh, okay. That makes life easy, right? Makes it very, very easy. Okay, I think it's been a long day. It's been a long day, but not just a long, wasteful day, but a long, fruitful day. And I'm happy to say here, I'm going home tired, but satisfied. It's time for the final closing remark. But before then, let me create your indulgence again. We will continue to talk about this dinner tomorrow, networking. Please get that opportunity. I need to talk to a lot of you. I need to chat with every one of you. If it's possible, get your contacts. With me talking here, I don't have that access. So don't deny me that. That's why you get to buy this and come, please. Come to the dinner so that I will have that opportunity and a lot of other persons. There are many things we can go home with. We've got the educational aspect of it. Let's go. The speaker that just finished and left, and the wise president, if you look at it, and the topic of home safety, all borders on what? Behavioral safety, the human aspect of it. And that part of it includes our networking. 8,000 is what we have here. You can come. It's going to be sumptuous, I believe. Thank you very much. And for our closing remark, I would want to invite Assp-Nc President, Mr. Kaiser, to help us just close what we have done today. And when he's done, I think it's good for every one of us to stand up and give ourselves a round of applause that we have done something beautiful today. Please, sir. Okay.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, all protocols duly observed. Today has been so hectic for all of us, and I think we are very sure that all of us will take home so many things that have been learned today. So most of us came in very late, but let me start from where I came in. Started with Larry in his presentation, and the take home for me is the two aspects of complacency. From there, we'll move into the various topics and goodwill messages from various organizations, ministries, departments, to our afternoon section, where we had to have a panel discussion being led by Monica. I call her the strong woman of my team. She's a mother, but she's awake till 1, 2 a.m. in the night with men. That's to tell you that what a man can do, women can do better. Please, let's give her a round of applause. She took us through a marathon race and tried to bring the academia and the professional together. And we could see our mistakes, both from the professional, both from the academia, both from the industry, and at the end of the day, we keep blaming ourselves. And so, ladies and gentlemen, to crown it all, Madam Angela came and told us that we must be able to communicate between ourselves. And if we don't communicate well, there is always a problem. And if you listen to her, there are a lot of addition to her statement in line with ISO. I say the context with which you are communicating matter. And to who and to what, where they call the 5 W's. What, how, when, where.
Why?
So, ladies and gentlemen, without wasting much of our time, I want to appreciate all of you for being part of this program. I think with this few that we have just mentioned, most of us will recap that we've taken it to our fingertip. But remember, let's act positively. God bless.
Okay, nothing much to say. Can we all stand up? Stand up, every one of us. It's been a lovely stretch our legs, a little bit of these, you remember? The construction, stretch as much as you can. I mean, just beautiful, beautiful. This time, don't just think you're only in the office. Aha, with all of these done, can we give ourselves a resounding round of applause? We did well today. Tomorrow, come. The food has been prepared, cooked, and stored. We will only warm it up. And when you come, we will serve you again. This is me signing off for today. Thank you very much.